bracket that is meant to be in the bracket and so on and so forth. And then we've got a hell of a bracket ahead of us. I mean, right now, if the bracket stays the same, we're looking at Hero versus Matt, Jumi versus Geralt, Showtime versus Honmono, Byon versus Rebellion, Solar versus Fienend, Ryong versus Percival, Kira versus PSZ, Skillus versus Young Yakov, MaxPax versus Gref, Liquid Mana against Nicorect, Shin versus Lunacy, Classic versus Nice, Clem versus Mocha, Creator versus Milky Cow, Rogue versus S-Tech, and Bunny versus Rex. So we got some really good matchups coming up. I mean, there's a lot of great matches there. I think we're going to have a good time. No one is messaging me to complain of a lack of being in the bracket, which is brilliant. And we're going to be getting going in just a few moments then. So we're going to kickstart this, and we'll be heading on over to our first matches very shortly. So this WardiTV Mondays. 32 players today, like I say, is actually a great amount. 32 is not the most we've had, but what was amazing is that everybody that signed up has actually checked in. That doesn't happen every day. Because I think we're going to try and get the first match for us, Creator versus Milky Cow. If I can see them both here. We'll try and jump into that. I don't see them just yet, but maybe we can grab them in the next few moments or so. So we'll work on that, get that figured out. And hopefully that's our first matchup. That should give us a good little line of games to follow. And yeah, let me just tell everyone who the admin is today. Well, I'm the admin, but I'll let them know which account I'm on to message with admin issues and stuff. We'll get that sorted, and yeah, hopefully get into some games soon. Like I say, from the round of 32 onwards, we're already looking at some very fun matches, I think. So, in for a great WardiTV Monday. Little bonus today, the top 2 players who are not already qualified into the WardiTV Spring Championship will also qualify into that today. So, we'll see how that pans out. We'll kind of bring that up in a couple of rounds. It's going to be hard to tell until round of 8 or so, and then maybe we even need to sink back into the round of 16. But of course, we do have the WardiTV Spring Championship coming up this week as well, starting on Wednesday. So, lots of StarCraft, lots of games. Who was I looking for? Creator versus Milky Cow, I believe. So, I don't see either of those guys online, so maybe we'll go for something else. Maybe like Showtime Honmono could be interesting, or maybe even Byon versus Rebellion could actually be kind of cool just for a first round matchup. Just to kind of get something underway. I mean, I see Showtime and Honmono both here on the NA server, so maybe we just go Showtime Honmono. Showtime Byon is a fantastic round of 16 as well, right? So maybe we can just set up to follow into that section of the bracket. I have a knack for choosing a 40-minute first round series. To be fair, first round series usually, depending on the tournament, but first rounds can be obviously pretty good, because the first round, in theory, if we pick a match that's more interesting, is because it's one of the matches that is going to be between 2 players who are kind of seated closer together, so for them it's a real scrap in the first round. So to get a decent first round isn't too bad. I am trying to join a lobby here, but it's bugged out. Looks as though they have looks as though I've bugged out actually trying to join the game, so give me a sec, guys. I'll just relog, and we'll hopefully be able to go. We'll just take Showtime Honmono. Honmono, a very aggressive Terran player. Could be a good couple of games, fun couple of games for us to start out with, so we'll see how that goes as we get ready to kick that off. So we are just relogging. Be able to go into this Protoss versus Terran to start the day off. Showtime been playing great lately, been some very fun games from him. Honmono, like I say, a very aggressive Terran player, always coming out with a bit of aggression and all the rest of it as well. Here for Clem. Yeah, I really want to watch Clem kind of maybe round of 8 onwards today. Clem first round is going to be very one-sided, but second round, Clem takes on Creator or Milky Cow. I think that could be a fascinating matchup as well. Maybe if we don't get Showtime Byon, that was kind of what I was looking to get to. But if we don't get that Clem matchup, I would love to see Clem versus a Bunny or a Rogue in the round of 8. Now, this entire bracket is just stacked today. We actually have a great set of players lined up, which should hopefully give us a great bit of StarCraft 2 without further ado. Let's get into it and cast some of these games. Again, welcome all. Thank you for being here from the start. And let's kick this up. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss player is Showtime. And he takes on the Terran player in the top right, who we are expecting aggression from. Potentially 1 base, if not 1 base, probably 2 base all-ins. In the top right-hand side, our orange Terran player is Honmono. You can see all the players in the round of 8 being already qualified. Yep, I did think of this. We'll just see what the situation is. I could see a lot of the round of 16 being qualified, but we will, like I say, just see what the situation is. We'll see what happens. We will make the rules up as we go along if we need to. It's just a bonus little thing. If it doesn't work out perfectly, then that's okay. We can still make it work. As, yeah, I've been getting the info from the players who are qualified for that Spring Championship as well, getting their dates and availabilities figured out, so it's been trying to get that all sorted. I'm very excited for that to start up this week. Like I said, that'll be starting on Wednesday. On Tuesday, we have the Rex tournament. Tomorrow, the Rex tournament will be happening. That's Tuesday and Thursday every week for the next 3 weeks, I believe. Exciting stuff. Busy times in terms of tournaments. We've got a lot to bring you guys. We've got a lot to cover. It's going to be some good fun as our depot goes down. And this is going to block this probe out. Now, this is just a single gas, so you don't usually put the second depot down when you're playing one gas, because you're just looking to expand. Mono is kind of playing to his strength here, and his strength is that he's a one-base guy, right? He's typically very aggressive. He's typically kind of up and in your face. And so if Showtime knows this at all, Showtime looks at this situation, he's like, oh, he's already walling, he's probably already on double gas, I don't have the info, but the reality is that Mono is expanding. So Showtime's already potentially going to be getting mind-gamed a little bit. I definitely think that's Mono playing into just, again, what he is known for and making it try to look like he's doing his normal thing, when in reality he's being a little bit more standard and a little bit more straight up. So again, just trying to maybe get Showtime to overcommit to some defense early that maybe isn't necessary. Obviously, we can see that there's nothing needed super early on here because there's actually the expansion. And again, that's just information that Showtime is not able to get a hold of himself. As we have the Nexus coming up on the natural expansion. So the Nexus will be finishing up here. The command center coming in on the main base. We drop down a factory. We get a second barracks on the way too. That's going to be 2 racks and the factory all coming up. And the Twilight Council building from Showtime in the main obviously gives us some tech opportunities, as well as the sentry pops out and going to immediately hallucinate so we can get some scouting. And that's just a very safe way of playing this from Showtime's point of view, because he's saying, right, well, if I'm not sure 100% of what you're doing, let's just make sure I get some information on what you're doing as soon as possible. The soonest way to do that here is going to be with the hallucination. And that's not just the soonest way, it's one of the earlier ways without it being kind of a big whole hoo-ha or anything, so there was definitely a benefit to that. As that hallucination just flies in, there's a little bit of a scout around. Couple gateways coming up, the blink coming through. And Marine's still nice to, again, put some damage on that hallucination. It's not really going to mean much. Showtime just gets one final scout. He couldn't have seen more. Expansion, double rack, stim on the way. Starport timing tells you a lot about the timing of everything else. This is essentially just a 2-1-1 here from Mono, so Showtime can look at that early, he can identify that, and from this information can begin to prepare himself to make sure that he does not fall into too much further trouble over the early minutes of this game. This is not something now that should catch him off guard. In the end, he never ended up being overly defensive either. He didn't prep batteries or so for an attack that was never coming, so he did not put himself behind to the, because of the lack of information that we were talking about at first as well. Because this hallucination is going to go shading out across to the upper right-hand side. A few Marines there are going to hit that hallucination as well and just get a little bit more damage done. Stim back building, the Marines on the way. Starport going to lift off the reactor. Siege tank, stim pack continue to come about. The barracks is on the way down on the main base as well. We just see both of those medevacs from Mono heading out over to the center. Going to unload just to knock down the hallucination so they don't get tracked. And now you can kind of, because he's in the middle of the map, you can kind of jump and jive one way or the other. So in this case, he's going to jump out to the left side. He could have maybe still continued down the bottom. And that's why killing the hallucination there was quite nice, because now Showtime is guessing where this army is. He doesn't actually have that info. This hallucination gives him a little heads up, but he's a bit out of position. Blink available. But his blink not great. Doesn't get the Stalkers too much distance away from those Marines. Needs that blink to come off cooldown ASAP here and to actually get these Stalkers collected. This is going to be okay. Oh my goodness, that was scary for Mono, who lifted up and the Stalkers recognized it. Then they jumped straight on toward that medevac. We did get it away. We did pull those units back. No more Stalkers from Showtime continuing around the right-hand side. Marines is going to stim up. The Stalkers get pushed back. We do have our Siege Tank and other Marines gathering the +1 attack upgrade on the Engineering Bay. The Combat Shield coming up as well. And this barracks is going to land down on the Tech Lab in the next few moments. Stalkers And a sentry sat out the front, as we do have the medevac still doing some healing. The SCV's nearby. Got a medevac. One stalker going down. A couple siege tanks still near. As the combat shield and the +1 coming through. Again, Marine Marauder medevac very much so on its way at the moment. The sentry coming back down the left side. And yeah, this just settles down for a few moments. Now we've got that charge chrono boosting along here from Showtime, so we got that charge chronoing. He's going to be in an even safer position. His army getting better and better, improving as we go. Every step of this so far looking reasonable as a couple of tank shots hit some stalkers. And those stalkers do have to blink away back down the right side. +1 attack and concussive shells are building. More importantly, SCVs are being pulled. So SCVs coming across the map as the Marauder there gets shoved back a little bit. A couple of Marines take some damage as well. We continue to chase away from this. SCVs still coming out down to the bottom. Missiles just going to charge, and again the tanks will begin to siege. SCVs are going to be pulled straight into this. We get rid of that first siege tank. The Byo is still pushing forward. I mean, this is a good start though. Getting rid of a siege tank already. The SCV is clearly being cut down. I love the target fire and a medevac as well. Remove healing from this army, and so the Byo does not have as much kind of longevity left in it. And that's obviously a big factor too, as we drop down one engineering bay just at the front. Another tank will come besieging. And we're going to pop the Guardian Shield once again as we come straight forward. The siege tank gets jumped on. Showtime, I think, doing a very good job of this. His army supply isn't like monstrous or anything. It's just fine. But he's removing some of the major threats, such as tanks and so. The one concern I do have a little bit is those Stalkers have taken a bit of a beating. They've taken quite a bit of damage. Right now, trying to use these Stalkers to knock the engineering bays down so he can break through this wall and have a better fight with the Zealots. Yeah, +1 is also scary because Homono has that, and this third base for Showtime is genuinely under some serious fire. I was liking how this was going for him at first, but now, yeah, he's going to lose the third base. That's an issue. Across the map, we have some Zealots that are going to poke in. Obviously, Honmono is super committed, so I think one of the main things Showtime has done here is he's given up the third base. He didn't lose a lot on the way, you know, so he let that third base go down in a big way. Like, he challenged it, but he didn't lose a lot, like fighting in. As now we're actually going to commit to this fight. Zealots in the front. Sentry's going to pop the Guardian Shield a little bit late, arguably. Force fields come down. Not sure if those force fields were really it. Army supplies are still very even. But now Showtime's going to have the issue of his front gateways kind of choking up and being a problem. I mean, I guess Homono kind of has to eat through those, but in a way you don't really want to because the Zealots are going to get choked up on them if you leave that to be. We lose 2 gateways, but we've got many more gates in the main, so Showtime still has production available. He killed 8 SCVs across the map, and that did slow some reinforcements from coming over as well. As Showtime just trying to get as many Zealots as possible to deal with this incoming swarm of Terran. It's dangerous right now. I mean, Honmono is sat right here on the edge of his opponent's base. Here we go. Zealots are going to charge forward. The Stalker's going to blink through. This time we'll get rid of the siege tanks, and then I think there's just going to be too many Zealots left in the end. Honmono made this very, very close. But it's just not enough. And the problem is the moment he has to back away, that's a major win for Showtime. Because this game is not set up for Honmono to fall back, regroup, and to go again many times. Time is Showtime's friend at the moment. You know, he's got the gateways. He's got the tech. He's still got more money. 57 workers don't have, you know, all the bases they need to mine from. But they can long distance and start to re-establish the third base now as well. And just have the rest of the army still gathering up. The couple of pros coming through. Probes come back over. Just give me 1 second, guys. We are just at the point of the tournament where I just have to very quickly process a couple of the walkovers that are here. Do the admin work. Fortunately, this is just as the game has calmed down, so give me a sec and we'll get that all sorted. The Stalkers come through. The medevac's up the top side. We will see the Prism getting up to the top as well. Just going to be looking towards that main base in the next few moments. So, getting over toward that, Zealot Archon will be gathered. And that is, I mean, this is the entire army of Honmono. This army looks so much better from Showtime than what it has done. The Archons are so bulky. The Zealot count really is much more terrifying than it has been before as well. Obviously, he slowly kind of moved from what was a little bit more gateway-centric to now being much more tech-centric. And that difference is going to make this army just so much scary and so much more powerful. As the army continues to chase, Medivacs going to lift up and just try to boost away. We don't lose a full one there, and to be fair, Showtime's going to be out of position, chasing into the center. He'll actually recall over to his third base. I'll leave some units in the middle. Can we set up a flank? Or how is this going to go? Actually might just lose this Nexus, so yeah, Showtime letting this army get away from it a little bit. Doesn't have too many Stalkers. He blinks them in right now, wants to try and target down some of these Medivacs. He'll get one. He should be able to get the other one. Oh, the one that was full seemed like an easy target because it was low HP, but he just didn't get enough on it. Blinks in now, but the Zealot Warpin looks good as well, and this does look as though we are going to have ourselves more than enough to clean this up, and it looks as though Showtime will have Game 1 in the bag in this opening best of 3 today. But actually, pretty darn good best of 3 to be fair. A pretty darn good opening game. I really came into this thinking this is going to be like a 5-minute game. Showtime was going to come out the door swinging. Well, actually, I thought Honmono was going to come out swinging, and that Showtime would probably shut him down. But Honmono actually went into a 2-base commitment rather than the 1-base commitment. Still came out swinging, and actually very now, I mean, he did land a couple punches. Just Showtime, for the most part, has been able to, in the end, shrug it off and kind of lumber his way through to a finishing line now, which is pretty much this game is his. I mean, he's got a good army here. Like I said, it's not just quantity, it's quality, although there are a couple of ghosts popping out from Honmono. I mean, I don't know if Showtime necessarily should be attacking into the natural and into those Widow Mines. That is obviously going to make it a little bit more difficult for him. The Widow Mines are going to hit very well. But at the same time, I don't hate if he does, right? Like, it's one of those weird ones where it's like, I don't feel like, it's obviously not going to be a good attack, but he probably has enough just to end it. He could just camp outside the natural and not let Honmono take a third, but yeah, now that the Widow Mines are gone and the EMPs have been used, the rest of this army is going to be struggling to do enough. I mean, we're actually trading better than expected, I would say, but reinforcements aren't exactly going to come in a meaningful manner, and Showtime will indeed have that first game victory for himself. Opening series is going to start going the way of Showtime as he takes that 1-0 lead. Man, very, like I say, very fun opening game. Was not expecting it to be quite so close, if I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I'm glad we jumped into this one as well, because the other series I was looking at only started about 5 minutes ago, so we would have been waiting another 5 to 6 minutes. So, good that we jumped into this one instead. As again, we've got a full round of 32 available today, guys. If I can get into this lobby, I'll show you guys the bracket quickly, just to show you guys everything that's coming up. Just the bracket on Liquipedia today. No, just the round of 16 on. Alright, let me just show you guys the bracket quickly, just to give everyone a bit of a taste on screen of what we're looking at here. So 32 players playing throughout the day. Rogue already got a walkover, so he's into the round of 16. $400 on the line, $200 for first place, $100 for second, third, and fourth. Will take home $50 each. So Rogue moves into the round of 16 off a walkover. This is everything else and everyone else you can see. Again, some of the best players in the world in terms of StarCraft 2. You've got Hero, MaxPax, Clem, Classic, Cure, Byon, Solar, Shin, Rogue. I mean, honestly, it's an extremely good lineup today. Today's lineup is extremely good. It's very cool. See just how many of the top tier players have come out. I mean, our round of 16 matches are going to be banging. The round of 16 from the very get-go is just going to be absolutely awesome. So, let's see what we get. This is just round of 32. We already had a great game to start us off, as we will have down in the bottom left-hand corner, the Red Protoss player taking this 1-0 lead. It is Showtime. In the top right side, our orange Terran player is Honmono. Korean Terran player, like I say, has never really made the big leagues, but is well known amongst the online tournament series, and like I say, has maybe got a very narrow kind of choice of builds that he's very good with, because he is typically just a very aggressive timing-based Terran player. The longer a game, I'd say, the more of a struggle Honmono will have. But yeah, like if you watch a lot of the online tournaments, this is a guy that you should hear. We catch him quite a lot in the first or second round, because his games are typically quite entertaining. Like, they're good ones to jump into for the first round, because they're often quick, they're aggressive, they're fun, he does a couple builds that are different, so they are, like I say, pretty fun matches to catch onto early on. So yeah, that's where we see him a lot of the time. As we do have our probe, just going to step over into the natural, into the main. Obviously, Showtime looking for information early. This time, again, it's going to be that depot, but this time, we're going to go for the double gas. So this is already kind of a development based on playing a best of 3. From game 1 to game 2, we're going to make it look exactly the same for Showtime, who shows up with the probe and says, okay, you've walled off. Last time, he just expanded behind this, right? The CC came down, it was single gas. It was definitely a mind game. Now, there's actually double gas. The whole point here is that Honmono is making it look like the same as before, and he's keeping Showtime in the dark with as little information as possible, doing something different behind it, and going to try and make that as much of a struggle as he can for his opponent. Try to make Showtime make mistakes, because StarCraft 2 is such a big game of information. A lot of the time, you're always just competing for info and stuff like that. But when you take that information away, it makes that, it means that someone like Showtime here now has to play that guessing game a little bit and look for very, slight signs of information if at all possible. And then maybe it gives you some openings as Honmono, especially when you're Honmono and you play a very aggressive style. You play one base, you play, attacks, you play timing windows. When you play like that as Honmono, and then you take the information away from your opponent, those are the kind of things you need proper information to deal with effectively, right? And those are the kind of things that you're not now really going to get in this situation. Depth Shades towards the natural. Now a couple of Reapers pop up. The Stalker and the Warp Gate will continue through. As grenades go down, we will get rid of a probe. We're going to find a second probe. Well, we should have had, but we're not going to yet. Good micro from Showtime, keeping his herd probes away. The thing is, keeping the herd probes away is nice. It's extending the time it's taking to get these kills. Okay, we lose 3 workers, but he actually kills both of the Reapers. Now, these Reapers shouldn't really go down here. They should pretty much always have some getaway plan. Arguably, right, the Stalker and the Adept on the low ground, we're not going to let them out, but then you probably should have had more workers. Getting that probe surround speeds up the process of denying that. And so that is a pretty hefty deal as the Cyclone pulls back over to the natural. Couple Marines just coming up. Stimpak's done. We got the Robo Facility on the way. Add on a Blink that's halfway done. And a hallucination of Showtime. Gonna go across. We talked about finding information and gathering as much as we can. Gonna try and do some of this now as that hallucination heads to the upper side. Gonna get into the main base. The Cyclone going to find a lock onto the hallucination. Again, this is fine because the hallucination's already kind of seen what it wants to see. 3 racks, factory, no starport. So, in the end, by the way, as well, obviously Honmono did expand. But yeah, this game, he goes into triple racks, no starports, so just going to be one bigger push, like a bit more bulk on the ground, a few more units that are going to come in and fight, a little bit less support, because the starport typically provides a lot of support units, such as medevacs and so on. And hence, here we are in this game 2 with Honmono. Well, his plans are laid out, and Showtime knows about them. We talked so much about information early game. Nothing really came super early in this game to make Showtime kind of, be punished or anything. Again, he didn't go into a super early battery. He didn't maybe need to. Well, there's one battery in the wall. But yeah, the main thing now is that Showtime knows that this is going to be bio-heavy, and so instead of taking the early third base and stretching himself out too quickly, he prioritizes the Robo Bay. So he's going to go into further tech a little bit more quickly instead, and say, right, my important thing to do here is to get more units established, and then he starts the third. He doesn't want to necessarily play on 2 bases, but he doesn't want to put the third down ASAP. It wants to be a bit more priority to, I'm going to need some units that are going to help me to live and survive here. And that is going to be the general goal that we are going for. There's a couple of tanks will unsiege and the Bio gathers. The Cyclone locks on, the Stalker blinks back, a few more Marines in the tank coming over as well. Just going to get a couple more kills, that Stalker taking some shots. Again, Concussive Shells, Marine Marauder just continue to come through, and the Immortal and the Charge continue to come up. You're just going to see those couple of Stalkers continue to pull back currently as... Showtime not doing a great job of this. These Stalkers are meant to be a free way to kind of get rid of some of the units initially. And he's going to try and do this again as he comes around the back of this army. Force Fields will buy time on the other side. There's a tank right there that he should really be looking to jump on. He's going to find it now as he blinks back. It actually looked like that was maybe going to get away with surviving, but... yeah, Showtime blinks back and actually finds it. And again, we'll continue to try and shut down some of the reinforcements here as freely as possible. Charge finishing soon. And again, for Showtime, this is all about trying to buy time and not give up too much while setting up to try and deal with this. Both those tanks just on siege. Just don't think we've got the numbers to commit to a fight yet. And remember, with that Colossus on the way up too, That's going to be a huge deal if we can get to it. However, with 3 siege tanks in play, you've got to be super careful with the Colossus. It does not have range, so it's going to be walking very close to try and join the fight. Those tanks can right-click that Colossus down super quickly. Showtime loses his third, but he's probably happy for the time this third has bought him. It's given him time to get the Colossus out. You know, this could have been tanks sieged on his natural one already. Instead, they're tanks that are sieged now, not in too dangerous of a spot. He knows his opponent is committed. He pulled the SCVs once more. These Stalkers are still trying to catch reinforcements. They see another siege tank here. And that's going to be the second siege tank now that we've gotten rid of on this side of the map. And that is huge. He'll lose a Stalker for it, but when you consider just how important that tank count usually is, he's actually going to lose 2 Stalkers for it. Yeah, pretty big deal to actually get a second grab there, because it's really depowering what Honmono has. And Showtime actually comes chasing this army, saying if it's on siege that he is not really afraid of it. Plus the Colossus he does not think is something his opponent can necessarily deal with right now. So Showtime getting super aggressive. He has the force field to actually get himself out of trouble here, because I do not think this fight was actually going the way he really wanted it to. So we'll take a second, have ourselves a little bit of re-establishment. I think Honmono's probably a bit shocked that Showtime came across the map there. It didn't actually look like a good fight from Showtime. Didn't look like a good fight for him at all, but the force fields kept him safe. If he didn't have those force fields on that ramp, I wonder if he loses the Colossus, and then that becomes scary, because then you're losing your kind of splash damage in your tech that's meant to do so much for you. A +1 attack, a couple of Marauders on the way out. Oh, missile turret coming through. We add on a reactor. Oh, we add on a reactor and we move a starport over to a reactor as well. So a couple of ideas of what we're doing here. Yeah, Honmono's just stepped back. I mean, he probably feels like, well, I killed the third. I can't break into the natural, so let's just try and play this 2 base versus 2 base. The problem is Showtime just re-expands, already has the probe count, because again, Showtime didn't lose loads giving up the 3rd base, and that's the big important part. It happens a lot in PvZ as well, where Zerg kind of queen walk kind of kills the 3rd, and if the Protoss gives up that 3rd freely, or doesn't lose it a lot while letting the 3rd go down somewhat and fighting back a little bit, it's really not so bad. You know, then it's just a mineral investment that's also, you know, caused a lot of time slowdown, and it's given you time to kind of get into your other things, right? And a lot of time you're not restricted based on the minerals you have, but more so the gas that you have access to. And that's my problem for Honmono's position here. Like, dropping it down to 2 bases each doesn't matter too much when Showtime never really lost anything else. Because now, Honmono's just going to sit here and be stuck on 2 bases for forever and a day. So I don't know what he really plans to do at this stage. Just going to improve this position or put him into a better spot at all. I actually think he's just in a lot of trouble right now as our couple of tanks come forward. Marine Marauder trying to step up as well. You do see the Colossus laser beaming. And the Byon very much so still gathering. Observer very nearly goes down. And Honmono still gathering. Couple of tanks getting siege. Stalker Zealots taking damage. Bio units joining up as well. I'm just going to see those tanks going to step even further forward. The Colossus see an opportunity to get rid of one. Again, the tanks are scary. If all of those fire onto Colossus at once, it gets deleted. Showtime knows the situation he's playing with. This is why he's in the middle of the map, because he knows this army is reliant on the tanks being sieged. And so he's not really afraid of Honmono in the middle of the map, because Honmono will have to siege up to truly take a fight. And so this is Showtime just once again buying himself time. He's going to send Zealots on the counterattack just to cause some disruption and chaos. You know, a few units that he can absolutely afford to give up and not have as part of his main army right now. The reinforcements are good to deal with it, but again, it's something that Honmono has to pay attention to, pull back for, and think about. And just that brain attention going over there is definitely a little bit of a problem. And Showtime continues to pull back down the bottom left side. Nexus sitting tight as well. 3 more Archons. We add on a +2 attack upgrade. We get the couple of Liberators coming through as well. The Prism of Showtime moves into the main base, unload a few Zealots, and get after those SCVs. So once more looking for damage while he looks to take this fight. 2 of the tanks in siege. He decides this is a moment for him to go. Beautiful spread coming down the 2 different ramps. Stalkers pulling across, trying to focus down the tanks quickly, and Honmono has no option but to say GG. Showtime, one of the best defensive players of our time in StarCraft 2, and does show us here just the ability to defend against Honmono's aggression 2 games in a row. First game definitely got close though. First game was definitely a little bit of a challenge. It was definitely a little bit of a uh-oh. this could be a concern. In the end, it's not too big of a deal. And we do get Showtime getting the 2-0. And I believe his next opponent is ready to play. So we're probably going to just follow straight into Showtime versus Byon. No? Yes. Showtime versus Byon going to be coming straight up, in fact. So we're going to get that ready to go. Bracket just looking good, guys. Rogue Bunny, round of 16 matchup. Clem waiting for Creator or Milka Cow. MaxPax waiting for Mana or Nicorakt. Cure looking to play Skillers or Young Yakov. Showtime versus Byon. Hero versus Jumi. Sorry, Hero versus Geralt. And score went in the wrong way around, apparently. So Hero versus Geralt. Yeah, some of our round of 16 starting to take some light. Beautiful. Alright, guys. How are we all doing today? Hello and welcome to the WardiTV Mondays edition 30. 30 weeks of this $400 cup. Amazing to be where we're at. And we are going to be, like I say, diving through here in a few moments. Like I say, we'll go Showtime versus Byon. Obvious choice, great matchup. Showtime and Byon, I think, right now are actually at pretty competitive skill levels to each other as well, so I think that'll be cool too. Thank you so much, Kiank TQD, coming in with the gifted sub to start the day off as well, going out to No Remac 246. Thank you so much for your gifted sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. And just again, hello to everyone, because we are actually on Twitch front page today, which is super exciting. I'm trying to think when we were last on Twitch front page. I think the last time we had Twitch front page time was, I think it was doing like a BattleNet War Chest promotion thing. Like when they did War Chest stuff, they had a lot of like Twitch front page crossover stuff. I think that was the last time I truly had Twitch front page. It was probably like, oh, I was in my office then. I wasn't even in my like home apartment studio. I told him like 2019. No. Earlier than that, right? 2018? Like, probably like 2017, 2018. It's been like 8 years or so. If you're watching, if you're flicking through the Twitch homepage right now and you see us, then hello. Welcome to StarCraft. This is a game that is not in fact dead. It's maybe not in its best of times, but it still has a lot of great players and a lot of active competition. So come enjoy some StarCraft 2 today, as we've got more great matches continue to come up. Modi number 1. Yeah. What's up, Abu back here as well. Hello, Wadi. Great time for StarCraft today. Very cool games with Harmono. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed our opening series. One of those matches where I was like, I wasn't sure it was going to be super... I really went in kind of thinking probably let's get ready for Showtime versus Byon after. Actually, it was a really cool series in itself, so very neat. Very awesome. Rofolopoulos, thank you so much for the 21-month resub as well. We're just waiting for players to veto, guys, and we'll be into this TVP in a few moments. I'm trying to keep my eyes fixed on the screen and make sure we don't miss the lobby coming up. Make sure we can have a good time of it. There it is. Lobby just came through. It's going to be Amygdala to start off this PVT. Showtime versus Byon. As we get to round of 16 action. Oh, Young Yakov 2-0 against Skillers. If that's an accurate report on the bracket, then that is a very interesting report because Skillers have been playing great lately. So Young Yakov getting a win there. That is definitely a little bit of an upset. We might be getting to a point where talk about that Spring Championship qualifying spot that... Like, I'm looking through this bracket already, I'm already like, well, they've qualified. So Geralt hasn't qualified, he's in the round of 16. Showtime and Byon are both in already. Cure is in, but Young Yakov is not. So Cure is in, Young Yakov is not. MaxPax is in, but Mana is not. So Mana, Geralt, and Young Yakov right now in the round of 16. And then probably Shin Classic, Clem, Creator, maybe if Milky Cow upsets Creator. And then Rogue and Bunny are in. So it's very possible that we just, if we have like 3 or 4 players in the round of 16 that all aren't qualified, we will just invite them all to the Spring Championship. It's as simple as that. Alright, let's kick off into this, guys, as we have the red Protoss player. This is going to be Showtime. And in the bottom left, our blue Terran is going to be Byon. game 1 of this best of 3. Let's kick this off. And to figure out what will happen between Byon and Showtime, let me just... the FPS is going to go down just for a second, guys, while I just tab out to quickly check their history. I feel like Byon and Showtime have played a couple of times lately. I just want to be accurate in what I'm saying. Yeah, so they played in this... Oh, yeah, they played yesterday in this Frankie Ducklings tournament. That was a 3-0. They played last week. Oh, a couple of weeks ago. No, last week in the Monday Night Weeklies, that was a 1-0 for Byon. But then in the Boomer Bash tournament, Showtime got a 2-0. In WardiTV Mondays 28, Byon won 2-0. In general, Byon was on a losing streak against Showtime coming into 2025, but has started to win some games against them. So it's actually a very competitive series here. We usually go back and forth between these two. So we actually have very much so an out in the open series where there's not really a good or easy prediction to be made on this one. So let's see what happens. Let's see what goes on. Hello, Eric. How you doing? Good to see you. And what's up, Mana? You think losing to MaxPax should give you +1 chance to invite to the championship? Yeah, well... You could just beat MaxPax as well, you know, easy. But I've heard it's doable. Well, you know, what is 2 games of PvP? You know, just pop off for a little bit. Just pop off a little bit. If you need some advice, there it is. I try to employ this advice in my own ladder games. I'm just not good enough to really make it happen. But yeah. Yeah. Alrighty, we do have our Twilight Council coming up. Our Nexus coming over. Let me get that settled in here for a few moments. And yeah, we just settled down. Twilight Council coming about. A couple of command centers on the way. Triple CC from Byon means a very passive game from him. Generally expecting a very different set of games from Byon from what Han Mono gave us in the previous round. And Byon already opening up with Triple CC could not be anything further from the idea of what Han Mono was doing, right? You know, there's a lot of like timing windows you can hit in TVPs and so on, but like going triple command center takes us well away from the 2 base all in, you know? So we'll see how this goes. We do have our few Marines are going to step up. The Adept is going to take some damage, getting pushed away. The 2 Adepts actually going to shade by in towards the natural. An engineering bay building, the barracks finishing in the main as well. It's going to be 2 racks and a command center about to finish up as well. So yeah, we're going to be on triple CC in the very near future. Bunker coming down, tech lab coming up. And yeah, the important thing here is that Byon's going basically into no tech structure. So this is one of those moments where actually like a lot of Blink Stalker pressure could do a lot because you're basically only going to be on Marines for a little while. So you're only going to have Marines here as Byon. And with only Marines available... if Showtime, like I say, stepped up the Stalker pressure, there's a lot of potential there, but he's not going to. He's taking a fast 3rd base off the 2 gateways, so that's not really going to exist, and so you're more or less just going to get away with this as Byon. Showtime, first scout into the main base in a few moments, his hallucination will tell him, okay, you're being very economical, and you don't have a lot of other tech on the way, it's very Marine heavy. If you're Showtime, I think this is like a drop a Robo-Bay down situation, because what you need to start thinking of here is how the hell am I going to deal with a larger Bioforce? And a lot of the time that is not really dealt with super easily by just more additional gateway units. Let's see what he wants to do. We'll see if he adds on a Robo-Bay any faster, or if he wants to just continue into Blink, then follow it up with Charge. The one thing you can say is even if it is Bio right now, you're not going to have like Medivacs for quite a while, so the first time in a Bio is not super scary. So that's one thing to, like I say, keep in mind for us here at the moment, as those few Stalkers continue to gather together. And yeah, Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 attack upgrade all building up. A full Bio setup coming through from Byon. We have this very highly competitive round of 16 matchup here today. Observer pops, Stalkers will just set out the front. Stim combat and +1 still coming through. A few Stalkers will begin to hit. The bunker with a few Marines inside will fire back. And the Stalkers already taking some damage. Charge and +1 come through on the side of Showtime. We had a couple extra gateways in. We do have ourselves 2 more barracks building up from Byon for the moment. The Stalkers fire off a few more shots. A few Marines getting chipped away at still. The Bio going to step up once again. And the Stalkers have no choice but to just get the hell away from there. So they are going to run. Stalker going down. The rest of the Stalkers have to peel back around. It looks as though we're going to try and chase that Bio back the other direction. We got combat shields are finishing, concussive shells in production. And we do have our Stalkers just going to get a couple of Marines. It's actually really nice so far. The more of these Marines we kill, the better off we're going to be. Look at this, he's just shaving off Marines. Byon, you can't keep fighting this, surely. Finally, Showtime has to actually blink, but that was a lot of dead units. One Stalker died, but we've killed 11 Marines. Extremely effective start from Showtime. I mean, that is just so many less units than you're meant to have at this stage. Showtime already has one Colossus out, by the way, so behind all of this, that Robot Bay I mentioned did come through. This time, the high ground obviously makes it a bit tougher for Showtime to find too much. And the medevac's going to roll around to the right and get ready to drop into the natural. 10+1 coming up, charge on the way. Next results coming on by. Bio unloading, couple of probes dropping. Zealots taking damage, centering the Stalkers gathering, pop the Guardian shield. I see the Stalkers trying to play defense. The medevacs will just not be able to do much at all. And Showtime already shown us what he is so good at, which is just being so solid defensively. Absolutely, like I said it before, one of the best defensive players of our time. Just in the current state of StarCraft 2, like his defense is still something that leaves a lot of people admiring day in and day out. Some very cool stuff there from Showtime as extended thermal lens, very much so still building up on that Robo Bay. We have the Colossus and Zealots in production to add a +2 attack upgrade, get the Forge, continue to build the upgrade and into +1 armor as well. And meanwhile, Byon back at home gets a Ghost Academy, so his continuation of tech will set up. A couple of Vikings out and going into more Vikings as we speak, so starting to prepare against the Colossus as well. Showtime's defense is being good. Obviously, Byon has no real choice but to start developing his army to play a later game composition here and to play against a later game Protoss force, so that's where we go to from Byon. He will begin those preparations. This Colossus will hit a few of the Marines. Widowmine's trying to step forward. The Colossus has already taken some damage. Again, the Bio still coming around. Just going to head down to the south. We have ourselves the command center setting up in between the natural and the third base as well. So we get that going. 2 upgrades and the ship weapons continuing to produce right now, so we do get good upgrades being added on across the board. Add a few more Zealots in as well. And these few Stalkers and another Colossus coming through, going to get ready to poke forward and head straight in toward this third base mineral line. A couple of SCVs already going to get jumped on. The Sense Tower is in trouble. I mean, this is nice for Showtime, who's killed 10 SCVs. This has been one of the most dangerous attacks a Protoss player has been able to come up with lately, which is, you hit it this time where it's just difficult for the Terran to really have enough Vikings to fight off your Colossus, and this time it has created issues for many a Terran lately. Like I say, it's been pretty brutal as we step forward. The Zealots are going to try and charge forward again. Vikings want to come across. 8 more Zealots warping in. Another Disruptor coming through, and another scan just coming out overhead, keeping an eye on things. Tifo's taking damage. We are going to step straight forward here. Vikings doing their thing. Colossus taking quite a lot of shots. We're actually going to lose a Colossus in the next couple of moments. 13 SCVs going down again. Nothing else. Showtime is winning big because of that. The one thing he doesn't want to do is to lose too much, that he gets chased across the map and punished for being here. I think he's doing absolutely fine right now. Still maintained with his army. The Colossus looking as safe as ever. Looking very comfortable as we do pull back over the right side. We have ourselves 2 more Colossus in production. +3/+2 coming up. Add some Stalkers on as well. And yeah, the 2 upgrades will be finishing on the engineering base. So both those engineering base finishing, completing. Medevac Marauder popping out as we speak. Continue to get those numbers up and rolling. Looking good across the board right now. It does really feel very nice at the moment for Showtime. Like, this has been a very comfortable game. He's put himself in a good position. This game is obviously not going to be getting any worse for him, unless the one thing that goes very badly for Showtime is if he takes a fight where he loses those Colossus and he gets chased down. A running away Protoss player in retreat is a Protoss player who's extremely vulnerable. Scan drops, the orbital lifts. We'll see the Stalkers blinking underneath the orbital there and try to get more done. 11 SCVs falling. Make it 12. The Stalkers blink again. The orbital burning as the SCVs pull across. A couple more SCVs go down. We warp in another round of Zealots along with it. Now, this is just tough for Byon. He's losing SCVs left, right, and center. He's lost, what, 48 in this game? So his economy's never been comfortable. Can't take the fourth. Now he has a better army against the Colossus, but even then, the Viking count isn't super high. We've actually got 5 Colossus, but we actually stepped them too far forward. What happened there? Showtime! No, no, no. Horrible fight. This is exactly what we're talking about. You can't take a... Wow, that was worse than imagined. He just move commanded all of his Colossus up the ramp. He literally just gave this game to Byon. What was that? He just lost. You can't replace enough tech in time. I was about to say, like, no, Byon has no way to kill all these Colossus. Like, there's 5 Colossus, and then 2 or 3 of them just went down to the move command into the bio, and Byon's instantly like, okay, they're too close, click, click. Oh, absolute disaster for Showtime, who played an absolutely stunning game. I mean, just a mistake on a completely disastrous level. I can't really put into words just how bad that was. Unfortunately, as... yeah, I mean, just too much lost all at once. GG. Wow. That was so bad, unfortunately. I hate saying it like that because it sounds horrendous. It's not a great descriptor, right? But it really was just so bad. Like, you look at this game right now. There are 5 Colossus out against 6 Vikings. Like, Showtime has got 5 bases against 3. And he just walks up this ramp. And it's these 2 Colossus. These Colossus, they just move command. I'm not sure what they're clicked on, but they just move up. The bio gets rid of all of the Colossus in seconds. Oh, wow. Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal as we jump into game number 2 here between Showtime and Byon. We're just going to go straight into it because the guys are ready, and Byon is going to be up a game as I think we did just have to go back and watch those Colossus again because that was disastrous. Lost vision on the high ground? He couldn't have lost vision, right? I think he was, I think he clicked on, like, I think he clicked, instead of, he either clicked a unit that was really far in the back, or, yeah, a couple of people seeing the rocks. He didn't lose vision, he had Zealots up in there, up in the face of the army. Yeah, I think he might have clicked on the rocks. Yeah, Colossus give vision. Yeah, I didn't even think of it like that. That too, but, no, I guess the rocks. Oh, that is an absolutely devastating misclick from Showtime. That is perhaps one of the biggest giveaways we've seen in a while, quite frankly. That's one of the biggest giveaways we've seen in a while. Ouch. That's so brutal as well, because it was such a good situation for him. Like, it's one thing to misplay, it's one thing to do things a bit wrong. But to do it when you're in such a dominant spot, you're up 5 bases to 3. The 4th of the Terran can't go down. He does not have a answer to your Colossus. If Showtime just sits on that low ground, there's no way Byon can ever take a fight. The Colossus do too much damage before you ever kill them. The only way you lose them is by being reckless with the Colossus. Unfortunately, that's what happens. And Showtime ends up down a game in this best of 3. While Byon in the top right will be taking a sigh of relief after that one, because that was truly disaster averted. I mean, this game was so lost for him. Really took a... It's funny because it really was a monumental error, but it was a monumental error that obviously then came apart so quickly. Like, Showtime, the way that TVP works, because it was such a good fight for Byon, Showtime then has no way to get enough tech up online to just about survive after, right? Like, we're not in that sort of state of the game. It was unfortunately just that one-sided, so, yeah. Unfortunate. And, the Colossus go down, and this game flipped in a second. Showtime, again, did everything pretty correct up until that point. Like I say, he played a great defense. He played around the map nicely. He picked away so many units early with the Stalkers. Command center coming up in the main as you get the reactor coming up on the barracks. The probe continue to come about for a few moments here. As we have ourselves the Nexus Just coming online. Add the probe, add the adept, add the warp gates. That probe just gonna patrol here. I also feel like you go into game 2, and I feel like this is going to be such a difficult mental reset for Showtime. Like, you know you played well in that first game. You know that you played the better game, plain and simple. But just with that one massive error, like, in some ways it's reassuring, because you're like, well, you know, I was doing better until then, just got to do that again. In another way, that's not how StarCraft 2 works. Each game is different, builds are different, opportunities, you know, come and go. Missing the opportunities that are right there for the taking is something that obviously really makes you suffer as a player, as this adept smartly cancels its shade. If it moved up there, the Marines were looking to flank it. Being in the back of this natural, they could have ran up, and then the adept has no getaway plan. Just got to be a little cautious, but that's exactly what Showtime is doing, as he is ensuring to just keep an eye on things. The Old are going to move down the low ground. It's the same build again from Byon. 3 racks following the triple CC. So he's going to go into the same setup, despite the fact it didn't do that much for him initially. This time, Showtime a little different. 1 additional gateway compared to the last. So he's going to play the 3 gates instead of the 2, and that will obviously maybe allow a bit more pressure. It's going to be a bit tougher here on Ultra Love because there's a ramp up into the natural. So attacking into the natural is not something you can necessarily do a lot of the time here. It's not something you can do fairly consistently. Engineering Bay is done a little bit before the barracks. So actually, we're going to have a faster +1 as well. So it's not exactly the same from Byon, but it's a lot of similar ideas. The Engineering Bay obviously gives you an upgrade earlier. That's going to mean some later bio. The question just being, would Showtime come across the map and try and really do a lot with the Stalkers in a way that could punish this? Or is that not necessarily going to be the plan? Bino tanks for Byon. Well, Byon played the bio-heavy opening. When you play this bio-heavy opening, a lot of times when you see Terrans play tanks in TVP, they're tanks from the early game, and at some point you usually stop making tanks, you just have them left over. It's very rare you see a Terran player choose to just continue to build tanks all game long in TVP. So when you open with this bio-heavy opening, you're not going to have the factory to produce tanks early. You know, this factory's going to build a reactor, the starport's going to go there, it's all about bio. And from there, you typically just go into Widow Mines, because at that point, trying to build a tank count up doesn't usually do a lot for you. Unless you start to unless you start to play a much slower game, which is much further down the line. So that's a pretty good reason to not have tanks. They're just, funnily enough, not a good part of the composition. Unless you're going, you know, they're super good for early game defense, but they definitely lose a lot of value as the game goes on in TVP. Especially as Zealots become more prominent, because tanks don't actually trade super well against Zealots. Widow Mines become a lot more effective there. And a lot of the time for TVP, the real thing you need to do is to eat your way through the Zealot lines. Especially in a lot of the fights that happen out and about on the map. So again, if the game slows down a lot, some tanks defensively across bases are going to be very good. But when you're trying to be aggressive and out on the map, which is typically the way the TVP goes, tanks just do not really hold up that same sort of level, so almost everyone down there. Showtime just losing a bit of his vision, has another obs nearby, trying to keep track of units and see if they begin to move out or look to make any plays anytime soon. Pulse on the way, 5 extra gates, we add on the charge and the +1 as well, so we continue to bring that over for the moment. These Stalkers, they did so much last time, remember? They killed like 11 Marines. Right away here we have to blink back quickly. And we got a kill. This time Stim's done though, so these Stalkers are not going to have anywhere near as much opportunity, as it was just not quite there. Goodness, looking to cut the corner off and catch these Stalkers. Showtime sees it. He can blink across these rocks, but he's not going to get there. I think if he turned towards those rocks too quickly, he maybe gets cut off and actually loses a bit too much. Island just sitting tight. Marine Marauder Medevac coming up. The armor upgrade. Widow Mines, reactor in the tech lab coming through as well. Zealot going to charge forward. The Claws has already been here, able to jump on some of these Marines that were low from stimming after the Stalkers. And so Showtime takes a very convincing start to this fight, just jumping in on this, able to trade well with that first Colossus shot, doing some good damage there. Nice start so far. And the Byon will just reposition. The rest of the army gets into the middle of the map. Excellent thermal lens, very much so still on the way. We had some Zealots on. The Nexus coming through. The Marines pull back and they get rid of the Observer, as the Widowmine will force the Stalker to blink back as well. Widowmine goes down. Byon will look to try and fight. I know the Widowmine shot going to get a couple of Stalkers as well. The Rocks will not go down. The Rock Tower is very fun because obviously if you leave it low HP, you can knock it down in an instant and then create a blockade there that can obviously sometimes be very bad. Yeah, that was a good Widowmine target. He targeted into the Sentry, so the Sentry's taking the brunt of that damage. As Showtime looks for the Force Field to clear this up a little bit. We blink forward to make sure we get rid of a Viking. Keep those two Colossus alive, and Showtime again trying to take advantage of the fact that he's got the Colossus up now and there's not a great answer to Colossus currently in play. The better off we can be with that, the happier he shall be. So keeping himself in good position as the Stalkers move up. They're going to get rid of the Widowmine that had already fired. And a few more shots coming over. A couple of Marines taking hits. The Vikings are stepping over once more. The Stalkers have to blink back one more time. Continue to come back and forth here as the Medivacs. We'll do some healing. We do get rid of a Colossus, so one of them will fall. The Rocks will go down, still adding on the 2-2. 2-1 coming up on the Forges as well. Going to be another robot facility coming up on the natural. The fifth base starting on the left side from Showtime too. You can see Byon just now getting ready to start up his fourth, so there's the difference in setups at the moment as Byon preps. Try and take the base that he never really got to last time around. Just knocked down one set of rocks. The couple of Stalkers will step up. We get a Widowmine. We're going to get two. We are going to just got more Stalkers as well. So two Stalkers going down. The Byon just chasing across, getting some kills as we push that down. So just upgrades finish. And Byon will have an edge on those upgrades. The +2 armor especially heavily ahead of Showtime's. The attack upgrades are going to be fairly even. We'll see how quickly the players start their next round of attack upgrades as hallucinated probes. Built because they don't cost a lot of energy and they can spread out quickly to spot a lot of different directions of potential incoming attack. Showtime again trying to have the info as to where his opponent might be playing. Looking to try and send a lurking disruptor shot forward, but again a bit too adventurous there, sending that one way too far up. Another disruptor shot that lands just on a Widowmine. Again, the ship weapons coming by, the Vikings and Ghosts coming online. +3 armor coming in on the engineering bay. So it gets taken out in this rest of this force. And this is awkward because now you've got to start splitting up defensively. This is the situation we never really saw in the first game where Showtime really has to play extremely defensively. And Byon's actually the one on offense. Obviously, by the time Byon got on offense last time, the game was already almost decided as the Vikings go down. It's going to make it a lot easier with no Colossus that can really be shot away at. Both players actually lose a fair amount here. Fights on the left, fight on the right. Both players having to keep track of both of those engagements throughout here to try and make sure that we can capitalize on this and to do the best we can with it. Probably just a little bit of bio left here. I mean, the Stalkers on their own will not do a lot. Sentry got an energy overcharge. I'm wondering what we want to use that for. Force fields, Guardian Shield, something. Kind of feels like we need some sort of aid. The Guardian Shield pops. Fifth base of Showtime. There's something he can defend. The three Colossus are all over there, so that's actually going to be a very easy defense in comparison. To the right side, that's definitely still being a problem, but we're continuing to warp in. The Medivacs are all super low. The Stalker's going to hunt those down, so there's not going to be a pick up and get away scenario here. That means that Showtime will find quite a bit more value. We chase down that Ghost. We blink for one more Viking. He's going to keep going. I mean, why the hell not? Why would you stop right now? Maybe now a few too many units start to come about, but you're trading out Zealots for techier units. Like, that's always going to be a good trade. As we finally blink back at the Stalkers on the left-hand side, everything gets cleaned up as well, so that is going to be a complete shutdown for now. +3 armor still coming through, the +3 attack coming up as well. 3 continuing Colossus and Zealots coming on line for now. I mean, this just has to be an evacuation from Byon. We have 2 armies on 2 different sides of the map, and base trade mode is activated. So Byon hits the left, Showtime takes out a base. Now, Showtime has more real estate going in, so base for base favors Showtime. He just has more base left over. It's just not going to be 1 base for 1 base, though. I mean, Byon's already going to arrive on another base. Showtime's going to recall to try and protect this location. He's going to have the Colossus to be able to make this reasonably okay. The 2 Colossus that recalled in looked like they were in danger for a moment or two, but they're going to be okay. We lose one of them, but the Viking should go down. We finish it off. Yep, and Byon's army is kind of getting shredded here. He's going to make a dive for that Disruptor as he just tries to find value in anything right now. 23 probes go down. Byon actually preserved a lot of SCVs. Has to relocate a base back down to that 4th. I mean, Byon actually has a lot of workers, but just doesn't have the bases in position to really do much with them. Meanwhile, Showtime actually has a massive army supply difference, so 40 army supply in his favor. He's going to show up onto this planetary fortress. That's probably not going to last long. I think this is going to be an easy pickings, as the SCVs will try and buy some time. Here comes the army showing up. The Colossus are exposed. The army able to get there, and already the Marauders claim one of those Colossus for themselves. That single Viking not going to do much very quickly. It goes down. The Zealots leading the charge forward. 30 army supply lead still here from Showtime. Colossus going to go untouched in the background. And I think this time Showtime is going to have more than enough to do what is needed and to take this game number 2. And to take us all the way through to game 3 in this round of 16 match of today's WardiTV Mondays. GG's. I'll give you guys a couple of the updates while we get this game 3 hosted up. So what we've got going on currently is Hero 2-0 Geralt moves into the round of 8. MaxPax 2-0 against Mana moves into the round of 8 as well. Hero will play against either Showtime or Byon, and then MaxPax will play against Shin or Classic. Meanwhile, Clem and Creator, Rogue and Bunny are still playing. Those round of 16 matches will end up with the winners against each other. And then Kyo versus Young Yakov, and then Solar still waiting for Ryung and Percival, who are apparently playing a long TVT to start off the day. They played a long TVT yesterday as well, if I'm not mistaken, so Ryung having a good old duel with Percival. Alright, this guy's live. Have a peek. Wondering if we can get a little, Oh, Steadfast is on Ryung Percival. They're in a 30-minute game 3. Okay, lovely. So, I'm sure he's looking happy with his opening match choice. As we'll head into game number 3 right now, guys. Let's get into our next map as we have in the bottom left, our Protoss player who probably feels like he should have had a 2-0 already, the way that this series has gone. However, that is not the case. In the bottom left, our red Protoss is Showtime. In the upper right, our blue Terran player is going to be Byon. Third game of this round of 16. It is a stacked lineup today. Like I say, today the players have really come out in full force. I don't know if that's, you know, them all being like, right, time to really prep up for EWC with that announcement, or it's like, well, better playing as much as we can because of the ESL announcement, or maybe just a little bit of both, as we do have this forward barracks coming down from Byon here to start us off in game 3 of this series. So Byon going to put the barracks down. We have a second barracks going down across the other side. We add an orbital, a marine, Cybernetics core coming through as well. Some retired players like Oliveira come back for EWC. Yeah, Oliveira said he wasn't going to be coming back even if EWC got announced, though. He said that when he retired already, so... We're going to see Marauder coming about, the concussive shells coming up. And we do have the probe coming through as well. It's just going to continue over. Concussive shells and the Marauder coming. Again, we have the SCV and the Marauder coming around. Another Marauder coming through. Twilight Council building from Showtime. Obviously, with this proxy play, we have the aggression about a hit, and Showtime might be feeling a little bit funky about things right now. Sees that reactor timing. Now he stops the battery, but yeah, I think he's realizing the trouble he's in a bit too late. This might just be a run the hell up to the high ground scenario. He's going to pull the probes. Oh, try to put the battery down there, but it didn't work. He does not let the SCV get the bunker going, at least, which is nice. Obviously, Byon on a very late expansion, so you can, in theory, spend a lot of time pulling probes and give up quite a lot of work. As here, the other Adept coming from across the map. We're going to lose the Stalker, though. Concussive shelled up. It's going to be difficult to keep that alive, and now the Adept's out without any defense. GG, it's going to end just like that. Aggression will get the better of Showtime in this game number 3. And Showtime... he played the better series. I'm a massive Byon fan. I love Byon all day, but Showtime played the better series here, plain and simple. I think it's very fair to say that. I don't think that's an outrageous statement, quite frankly. I think he played the better series, and unfortunately just didn't work out for him on this one. That's a little bit unlucky, because I kind of want to go into... I don't know about you guys, but I kind of want to see how Clem versus, or Clem Creator is going, / where that ends up, or who they play against. It's kind of interesting getting in there. Let's do some digging. I think both the games... So Clem's up 1-0 against Creator. They're about 4 minutes in game to game number 2. The Ducklings were in game with Rogue and Bunny, but it seems like they are maybe not in game no more. Maybe we can catch... no, they look like they're done. They were doing Rogue Bunny, though. There's just no result of that on the bracket currently. Rogue's been looking good lately. If Rogue's won, I definitely want to try and stick around to catch Clem versus Rogue, because Rogue's been looking really fun lately, so I think that actually should be a really cool series to end up watching. So we might just have a couple of minutes here, guys, where we're going to be without a game. So yeah, unfortunate end to that series, because I do feel like this series was very good and very solid, and then we've just ended up with it just coming to a close, right? Just boom, it's over. Yeah. Alright. Take a few moments, guys. Yeah, like I say, I guess, so... Clem is up a game against Creator. We can kind of watch this, but from the... This is on the French stream, so we don't have, like, the best quality, and we don't obviously have game sounds, but we can at least keep an eye on where this game is going at the moment, so let's jump in here just for a little bit and just see where this Clem Creator series goes to, because I think this is what we're going to end up waiting for. As Clem leads the game over Creator. Like I say, they're 6 minutes in game or so right now. And we just wait to see where we go from here. Marines pulling back. Clem just getting set up natural again. So no in-game sounds just for this game, guys, just because we're watching on the French stream. So, all good. I don't even have the triple drop around the top. It's so funny watching StarCraft, so that the music is coming from my own StarCraft in the background. But it's so weird watching like actual StarCraft 2 games without sound. Like, I really rely on the sound to kind of listen in. As you have the Medivacs and the Raven just coming across. We've seen that Zealot getting jumped on. As we come through. So Bio gathers, Medivacs, the Raven joining up, and Clem. That army is going to collect with everything else coming across the map as well. He's building a third CC behind this. As our Bio steps up, just going to get this pylon. Deep Baron, a gateway, and a side core. And going from there. We won't continue with Byon Hero. No, I want to cast Clem Rogue, I think is. Because I think Rogue's beaten Bunny. It's just not on the bracket yet. So I want to cast the Clem match. I want to get into the Clem series, basically, from now. I actually think Byon Hero has not been that good lately, unfortunately. I think Hero's kind of dominated Byon as of late, so kind of more interested in this bottom side of the bracket. And Clem's in position where this game might not take too much longer either, so... Will I continue with StarCraft 2 after EWC? Yeah, that's the plan. So we're going to be doing a crowdfunder soon. We're going to be doing a crowdfunding campaign where the whole idea is for us to basically try and boost up some of our events this year. And try and just get a little bit more momentum behind our tournaments and stuff. Try and make a significant improvement. Be able to run some stuff that kind of focuses on doing some different formats and also getting some different players involved instead of just having the top guys all the time. And basically just expanding a little bit on what we already do. So we're going to be running that crowdfunder. I've started work on putting it together last night, so we're going to be doing that. Also, just knowing that we're going to have like a good amount of time to run tournaments this year makes me feel very confident in running a crowdfunder to do stuff like that, so yeah. We'll do that and try and add some extra money into the WardiTV tournaments and try and get a little bit more done with them, but I have no intention of stopping post... I'll have no intention of stopping after the... After EWC. The millionaire streamer asking for crowdfunds? Yes. The millionaire streamer. Sitting here in the Wardy mansion. My private island. Can't believe this millionaire streamer doesn't even put on like proper StarCraft 2 tournaments. Aye. Unbelievable. Only $400 for the weekly? Good one. Wardy doesn't read YouTube chat. I do read YouTube chat, but I have no idea where the dog's going to be at EWC. That's something I have no info on, so I can't, I don't have a good answer, basically, unfortunately. What's up, we're talking about after EWC? I think a lot of people just presume that nothing's going to happen ever again after EWC, so, because there's no circuit anymore. So, I think a lot of people are just like, oh no, this is the end. I don't think is 100% a guarantee at all, but that's probably a fair assumption to have, but it's definitely not the law. I mean, a lot of people assumed StarCraft wasn't going to be at EWC this year, and here we are, so... As yo, Olmox, thank you so much for the 18-month resub on the Prime. Like I say, guys, no in-game sound as we watch this Clem Creator game number 2. We're just kind of waiting, watching this one from the French stream. It is Rogue, by the way, that the winner of this series will play against. I think we stick with this. We'll go into Game 3 or the next series from here, I think is probably a good way to go. Again, Shadow Strike coming up, so we're actually getting to the later stages of the game right now. As we put ourselves into a position which is going to give us, as the pros player, just a lot of options, right? You get a lot of extra gates up, the Shadow Stride, the +3/+1, all coming about as well. So we get a lot of that readying. Typically, so what's going to happen here, guys, is because we're watching this one from outside of the game, this is going to be like a 25-minute epic series, or epic game, just to make sure that we're watching from another stream for as long as possible, basically, so... Yeah, don't mind us. It's my fault if this one goes super long, typically. I do like the idea, though, so the winner of this plays Rogue, and then we might even be lined up into the semi-final on this side to begin with anyway from there. Percival beat Ryung, by the way, so Percival knocking Ryung down is actually a huge result. That might just be good enough to put Percival into the Spring Championship. How crazy is that? Go Percival. 40 maybe Crabfun and SE2 Evo mod bracket. No, I've got no wants to do SE2 StarCraft Evo. I just don't I don't find it interesting. I don't know Brood War. I don't know anything about it. StarCraft 2 is already a very good and fun game. Like, I like StarCraft 2. I like competitive StarCraft 2 as well. I also don't have much interest in like running like weird, like, let's make StarCraft weird for the sake of making it weird. Like, I just like good games of StarCraft, and that's going to be what I continue to try and produce. That's what I'm going to put my focus on. I'd rather try and create more interesting ways to provide high-level StarCraft 1v1 than try like gimmicks to like get viewership and stuff. Because like I say, that's just not for me. That's not what I aim to do. Looks like Disruptor got a little grab on a bunch of Clem's army there. As the Vikings will get rid of a Colossus. The Prism there is going to be in danger too. This is not good at all for Creator. I'm surprised Clem backs away with those Vikings. There's no anti-air on that left-hand side. There's like 2 sentries and a Stalker. I think he could have had the other Colossus very easily if he wanted it. Creator's pretty rich though, by the way. 5k minerals, 1.5k gas. He has a lot of minerals. He's got a lot of bases. I think just EMP'd his own army. I think Clem looks at this and just says, cool, I'm in like a pretty fine position just to play this long. And so he's letting Creator step up into him. He's continuing to build his air army up, which is important because carriers are on the way. He needs a good Viking count, and he'll need some Liberators to help start holding the ground and all the rest as well. Bring back Bronze League heroes. Yeah, when I say high-level StarCraft 2 as well, it's like, I'm not just talking about, like, I just want to watch Clem, MaxPax, and Hero fight forever. You know, I think a lot of the players who sign up to these Mondays that only make it to round 1 or round 2 as well provide great games of StarCraft 2 as well. But it's definitely, like, just proper 1v1 StarCraft that I'm most interested in, you know? So, yeah. As Clem got the army of the Protoss split here. Awkward because, yeah, in the bottom right, we're going to get kind of tucked into a corner. The Liberator siege up there too. And Clem continues to find a way to dive on the left side, breaks his way onto both Disruptors and the High Templar. So it's going to be able to get through all of those. A couple of tanks will get knocked down as well. The Vikings are going to be up there. The Colossus goes down too. The Widowmines will get rid of the Prism, which actually does lead a little bit into the Vikings, funnily enough. As Clem, I can't help but feel that that was a good trade for him. These Vikings are going to have a job on the left-hand side. They've got some carriers they could eat through, but I'm not sure if Clem really wants to stick around right now. His army's a little bit battered and bruised. He's on kind of the tail end of this fight. He's being chased down on the ground. He's about to have 3-3 as well, so his army's only going to get stronger here in the near future. Stalkers just blink up again. The rest of the bio gathering, Medivacs, Vikings, and the Liberator setting up as well. And that Disruptor shot will hit the Widowmine, will hit the Marine. We have a few Ghosts still continue to pop on out. Additional Liberators make their way in between these bases, so they will set up, and here we go with Creator taking a step forward. A couple of those Liberators continue to siege. The Disruptor comes up the ramp, landing. Bioforce sitting in the back. Creator with a big commitment. Clem does not have a lot of money, by the way, so he needs to defend right now because his reinforcements are going to be coming through much slower than what Creator's are. Creator has money in the bank and more workers to work with. Problem for Creator currently is that he just lost all of his interceptors. So now the carriers are somewhat dead supply in this army until they get their interceptor count back. And Clem is finding ways to catch reinforcements and to punish Creator heavily at the moment. Just for this army still kind of being forward. As Creator steps up once again, a couple of Libs will siege. That's not really... Like, 2 carriers aren't a great answer to Liberators. In theory, like, more carriers and more Protoss Sky will be great here. But just not at those sort of numbers yet. As Clem continues to try and play defense in this game too. He is up a game in the series. A couple more Liberators will siege. We got Zealot, Stalker starting to make a step forward. The Stalker's going to come blinking about. The Disruptors come on the ground. We do run away from those Disruptors, but they do get some connections. The Vikings left to fight the carriers on their own. Do we have enough bio? I don't know if we do. The warp in is huge. Creator's used all of his money. Can Clem find a defense in these dying moments? If he holds right now, he might be okay, because like I say, he's absolutely drained Creator of a bank. He's going to take an opportunity to grab this Disruptor as well. Any unit you get rid of, especially important units like Disruptors, is going to be pretty notable. He's going to find another one as well, but the Prism will save it, so that Disruptor will have a shot to fire once more. Suddenly, the issue with Creator's army is that it's just Gateway forces. One Disruptor. Now a Colossus joining up. 2 more Colossus in production, sure. We're going to add some Archons in as well. Has got Ghost being added on. He has got himself a Liberator still to add a bit of defense here. That Colossus in a very precarious spot. I think the funny thing for Creator is he was really on the verge of moving into a big late-game kind of, carrier army, and now he's just lost and had to rebuild a couple times. He's not going to really be able to afford to truly go into that. Disruptor shot is dodged from nicely, and Clem is winning this fight as the Liberators are doing a lot of work here. The carrier goes down. The Prism has to cancel the warp, and it's going to go down. The Colossus exposed, and Clem drops the scan to fight the DTs, but it was a little bit late, so actually the DTs will survive, and Creator does get a few units out of this fight, which did not initially seem like it was going to be the case. Oof. Yeah, guys, no in-game sound. We're watching this from the French stream just for this game, just while we're waiting for this game to finish so we can get into the next series we were going to join. So yeah, no in-game sound. The music is because it's in the background of my StarCraft play in the background. What's units lost? I can't tell you. I'm not in game. We're watching the stream, guys. I would love to help. Of course, we get an epic game during this time. Yeah, of course we do. I told you guys it was going to be long the moment I decided to actually watch the stream. At least we decided to watch the stream rather than just like waiting. Sometimes I just sit and wait and chat. It's actually been a pretty cool game to keep an eye on. So yeah, after this game we'll have game sounds properly again, because we'll be watching from in-game once more, so fear not, we'll get that fixed up and sorted for you guys. Couple Liberators spread around. Carrier still producing. Marine Marauder Lib. Ghost Viking continues to be added on. Siege 2 Liberators over to the right here. Cannon's battery going to be taking damage as well. Knocking those straight down. The pylon in some trouble as well. Nexus in the bottom right will also fall as Creator continues around with these Stalkers. Nexus in the bottom right will go down, so that's going to be Clem getting rid of a basic Creator. Remember, Creator had so much money in this game, but yeah, the last few fights have meant that he's actually had to stop and really spend a lot of that money, so his bank is gone. His working account's still good, he's got good income, but losing a base he was mining from is obviously not exactly ideal. This is a good spread of Clem's army. If Creator runs up this ramp, I think he's asking to die. This almost feels like a fight of desperation. He is going to have... I mean, the carriers are scary, and the carriers right now are going to carry Creator. If anything wins this fight for him, it's those carriers going kind of untouched. Clem did not have enough to fight those back. I think Clem was actually very right to fight there. It looked very good from the ground, but the carrier count has been great. Man, it's funny because I was just saying that I felt as though he was on the verge of hitting this carrier army, and then he never really got to go there. But now he is actually here. He's going to take his time to knock down a base. This gives Clem opportunity to build up some anti-carrier army, but this might be tough. Clem's got money to spend. I believe he's only got the 3 starports, which might be something of the issue. The income, as we just saw there, is pretty even between the two, as Creator can now pick his way through another base or so. Landry Fort is going to repair. We've got a lot of Vikings. We've got a good Liberator count too. You got to be super careful of the Stalkers, but it's bought you a moment where this Landry didn't die just yet. A lot of SCVs going down, but Clem's like, well, I may as well just have this fighting for me as long as possible. As the Stalker's taking some shots, Clem trying to get... I mean, he's got 5 more Vikings, 5 Ghosts in production. His army is getting better. He just needs to, a few more moments to get those units actually out and into this fight. If you cover this with EMPs and with this Viking count, you can 100% win this engagement. This is absolutely possible and doable right now. Bio trades, a couple Stalkers take damage, the EMP goes down, Sentry, Archon both dropping here, the carriers pressing across. Clem is going to go retreating. Army supplies are still dead level. And there's a few more Stalkers coming in from the right side as well. I think Creator is still just a little bit too good right now. The Stalkers are just standing and getting rid of so many of those Vikings that you need here as Clem. And that's the issue. You've got such a reliance on those Vikings. Losing them is going to make this so tough for you. But he's pulling back. He's using all the space he can possibly find for himself. And now we're going to start committing as the Vikings go for the carriers. He needs to get rid of all of these if he wants a chance to win this. And I think he's going to get rid of the carriers, but not with enough bio left on the ground to keep on fighting. The Vikings will land. A couple stay in the skies to actually get rid of the Colossus in the background. A DT shows up. The Disruptor shot forces the Vikings back as well. But Clem's supply continues downwards. And Creator is going to take this 22-minute game off of Clem. Very, very good stuff from Creator. He's been looking good as well lately, but winning a game like this against Clem, I think, is extremely impressive. That's beyond my expectations of Creator in the current day. GG, so Creator ties that series up 1-1, and we will head into a Game 3 of that best of 3. So we'll obviously jump into that Game 3 live, guys, so we'll actually have game sounds back for you all in just a few moments with that Game 3 coming up. And yeah, we will go the winner of Clem Creator into the winner versus Rogue, and then into the semi-final on this bottom side as well as Classic 2-0 Shin, and he will advance on to play MaxPax in the round of 8. So that's where things are at right now. As it looks as though it's Persephone for game number 3 as well, one of the maps we've taken from the Team Liquid map contest recently, and added to the WardiTV map pool for the foreseeable future. Next month or so, at least through to the end of the Spring Championship, we'll be keeping this map pool and then taking some opinions from people to figure out what we go into next. As apparently the whole gang is in here casting this one. I didn't realize there were so many different streamers watching this. But we'll jump into this Game 3. Clem and Creator are going to go the distance. And we'll get ready to kick that off. So, get this started, get this underway. And yeah, we're back with game sounds as well, guys. So thank you for sitting through a game without the game sounds. Like I say, may as well watch it from the French stream instead of just doing nothing and sitting there waiting. Like I say, it turned into a pretty darn good game. So in the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have this Game 3 kicking off with the blue Terran player repping Team Liquid, of course. Our current world champion of StarCraft 2 is Clem. In the top left, our red Protoss, it's Creator. And what a great game from him. Did feel like a couple of moments where it had gone kind of wrong and was maybe not quite going the way he wanted it to, but he got through those, he fought back into position, he got himself back on track a couple of times over. This is a round of 16 match as well, by the way, guys. I think we're in for a pretty lengthy WardiTV Monday today, because this is, the first rounds have definitely been lengthy so far. We're going to have a round of 8 after this, and then a round of 4, both round of 4s and a finals. And again, thank you so much for joining us. We are on the front page of Twitch today, so a little bit of a special stream. Welcome anyone who has not watched StarCraft 2 in a while. We appreciate you all dropping in. Cybercore comes up, the Reaper and the Orbital coming around. The probe is going to go nibbling onto the SCV, so we go back and forth. Yeah, next to Cybercore continuing to come about, the Reaper on the way, the factory coming up. Our depot continues to come along here just for the moment. Take a few moments. Chilling along here in this Game 3. Catch my breath, because actually it was a pretty cool game. We've actually had great games so far today, just in general. We've had some very exciting StarCraft 2. The Showtime Byon series was awesome, just I would still stand by an unfortunate result based on how Showtime played, and that first game disaster. Even the Showtime Honmono match to start us off today was pretty great, and then we jump into a game of Clem Creator that was awesome. Here we are now with this Game 3. Winner of this, like I say, plays Rogue. Paper continues to move around. The Stalker coming up. Warp Gate, Robo Facility, probes, all being added on here. At a Starport and a CC. A couple of Marines coming through. That Starport will finish. Command Center building. And the Stalker will be there to continue to push a couple of units away right now as well. Yo, Crimson Jimmy, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Hey, Wardy, heard about ESL on the weekend? Just wanted to say thanks for keeping the ST community going. We all appreciate what you do. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Prime sub. If you guys are enjoying and watching today, obviously you want to support more StarCraft 2 and what we're doing on the stream and keep us casting StarCraft, do consider dropping your primes on the channel. Of course, subs and regular subs and gifted subs, always appreciated too. And if nothing else, you can like and follow on the YouTube and follow on the Twitch. And help us to see you again in the future. Come watch more StarCraft 2 with us in the future again. We do typically try to stream StarCraft every single day. I think right now we have StarCraft 2 every day up until April the 20th. Up until April 20th. So basically the next 13 days has StarCraft 2 every single day. So 13 days of StarCraft coming up, and then there'll be a week long of StarCraft after that, as we'll be heading toward the conclusion of the Spring Championship at that point. As Clem shows up with the Widowmine and a few Marines, Widowmine in a good spot here and is able to zone, so if Clem wants to pull back and have units, chase him, the Widowmine is there to help him out. The fact it didn't just go off on a probe makes this actually a very nice possibility. It's going to be able to do the same here, where you can put the Widowmine in front, and then the Stalkers and the Sentry have to respect that. If the Widowmine doesn't go off on a probe, then you can do a lot. It does go off on the probe in the end, but we save it, and it goes back into the corner, so that medevac can sit there for an extended period as Creator will move into charge instead of blink. So opting for the charge here and deciding to go as quickly as possible into this setup. It was a robo first, so charge as a follow-up makes sense because it's faster to get to. That means he's not going to have a lot of anti-air, much more so trying to overwhelm. If Clem goes for a Marine tank push, he might be in a lot of trouble here actually. So we'll see what Clem's next choice is and how that matches up with what Creator is currently picking to do. Centrios, thank you so much for the Prime sub, appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for dropping your Prime on the channel. Again, charge will finish shortly. The Robobay still in production. We're adding on a Nexus. Stimpack and +1, both building from Clem. We add on the few Marines. Reactors and Refinery coming up. This barrack swaps over to the Tech Lab. And the Warp Prism heading down the left-hand side wants to make a little bit of a push into the main base as well. Going to be having a couple of Zealots and an Immortal, and that is going to be I believe that's Stimpack that's on the way. Sorry, we don't have Game Hard on, so a little bit of a mistake on the hosting of this lobby. But yeah, that Stimpack cancelled, halfway done, has to then cancel his Combat Shield and start Stim on the other Tech Lab to get it going again ASAP. That's a big pick off from Creator, because it takes a lot of the power away from the Terran for an extended period. And in this case, it didn't just deny Stim. It will delay Combat Shields too, because Combat Shield cancelled to then let the Stim build up there. So there's going to be an extended period in this game where Clem will not have all of the bio upgrades he's typically used to playing with. Robobay still tickling along and getting that extended thermal lance heavily in production. Stim Combat +1 all coming up as well. These units from Creator ready to push toward the natural perhaps. So probably not wanting to push in, but at least maybe hold position and keep an eye on if Clem moves out. So he's taking an aggressive stance, feeling good again with Stim cancelled, that he can obviously sit there and be very comfortable with that for the near future. River flying through the bottom side. Couple of Vikings coming about again. Blink, extended thermal lance coming on through. We have ourselves Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 coming up as well. Colossus and the Stalker step across. Just going to be seeing a couple of units warping in on that Prism, and Clem not really in a position to be out here with a few units. Just this Colossus already being here, going to give Creator a little bit of punch. Tank's going to have to start sieging as the Zealots move through. Stim is now done, so Clem can Stim if necessary. He hits a massive anti-armor missile, and the two Vikings chasing the Colossus here. He's going to commit. The Raven gets kept alive. The Prism was not close enough to save the Colossus either, so Creator actually ends up losing a lot as Clem's still chasing that anti-armor missile, allowing him a little bit more value. Sentry's being hunted down. So much gas cost just being lost as Clem is like, oh my god, am I meant to stop chasing? There's a Colossus to the left-hand side that Clem has just missed. It actually recalls. So that Colossus is recalling home right now as Clem chases up to the top. And he has just won that fight, and he might be able to just push for victory right now. That's how good of a fight this has been for him as he continues up to the top. The Vikings shooting the Prism, taking damage. I'm just going to get a few more of the Zealots. The tank's going to go after the Colossus here, as you do see. Our battery in the front now setting up. A couple of Stalkers getting hit. There's going to be one more Colossus going down. No real answer to those Vikings just yet. Oh, Wooden Mines in the tank just staying alive and getting to do so much. As the Vikings continue to push in, the Colossus taking damage. It gets back to the battery, so the Colossus will live a little longer, but it's not really helping us to save the day on this third base right now. This continues to be an issue. Tank sets forwards. The Widow Mines didn't die when they fired as well, so they're going to have even more value to add to this. That Colossus is so low. It runs back to the battery, gets a teeny bit of shields back on it. The battery can't do much more. It's out of energy. As Clem has officially, I think, broken down this third base, essentially. Let's see. We're going to see Creator make one final attempt at defense. The probes pull in. Auditors try to do some tanking. Both Colossus go down. And Creator played such a beautiful game 2. That fight on the bottom side in this game 3 just was not it, unfortunately, in the end. The base will fall. The Zealots have dropped. And Clem pushes through, killing off pretty much anything in his pathway at this stage. It is going to be Clem to take this 2-1, and he'll advance to play TVZ in the quarterfinal as he'll be taking on Rogue. Byon's just continue to stream towards the top of the map here. The Byon going to get rid of a pylon. The Colossus pops out the Robo. Zealots continue to charge on up and through. And we'll see a couple more of those Widow Mines lining up onto the Zealots as well, so we get a few more kills. And that Robo facility will go down. So Robo facility falls. Nexus in trouble next. Not really much else to say here, guys. Creator's going to try and hang on to his final life, but it just ain't going to be enough. Definitely a good challenge from Creator, though. Gets you excited about seeing some more games from him in the coming weeks. I've been impressed when I've seen Creator lately. I feel like his skill level is absolutely up there right now. This has to be a GG, though, as Clem. Man, that was a round of 16 match, by the way. Today's Mondays is absolutely ridiculous. The round of 16s are banging. Meanwhile, Hero is just 2-0'd and played again, already beaten Byon. So Hero waits in the semi-finals for either Solar, Percival, or Cuba. MaxPax is playing Classic, and Clem will advance on through to play against Rogue. That TVZ is what we head into now. So it'll be Clem versus Rogue coming up for us in the next few moments. And we continue the day with that. So that's where we're headed. That's what's going on, guys. Again, thank you for joining us so far here for WardiTV Mondays, the 30th week of our weekly competition. Again, we have the WardiTV Spring Championship starting this week as well. Things are continuing to be exciting. Very, very fun. Alright, so with that all said, I think we are good to take this into that Clem versus Rogue series. Obviously, we'll probably be a couple of moments here, guys. We're going to have to wait for some vetoes and so on, but we'll get some vetoes done. We'll get into this next matchup, and we'll get that ready to begin. So we will get that all set for you all. We'll run just a round of ads here, help to keep them out from playing during the game, obviously. And then we'll get, like I say, right back to this ASAP. And see what will happen. Beautiful. Beautiful. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? Again, how's everyone holding up? Hopefully you are all feeling lovely. My voice is coming through extra clear today. I'm just talking with the passion. You know? It's the passion coming through, I guess. Something along those lines. Something along those lines. Have I ever thought of running less tournaments? Yeah, I ran a lot less tournaments last year. Because there was not really any space in the StarCraft calendar to run tournaments. But right now, I don't feel like we should be running less tournaments at all. I actually put up a poll on Twitter yesterday about what sort of tournaments people prefer to watch. Like, do you prefer to watch like one like big weekend event where it's like 12 hours a day for 3 days, or do you prefer to watch, say, those 36 hours over like a week or 2 weeks of like 4 to 5 or 6 hours a day, you know? And the overall overwhelming majority were like 3-day tournament. I find that so interesting. Because I kind of get it as well. Like, I think there's something special about being like, this is the tournament this weekend. But at the same time, like, I mean, if we have to play, like, say a WardiTV tournament has its playoffs on the weekend, is that really so much worse than just having like squishing more into a day? I don't even know. It was kind of an interesting question. We have loads more StarCraft coming up today, guys, because today we're not just covering the WardiTV Mondays, we're going to be doing the Monday Night Weekly as well, so we're actually doing double tournaments today. So we have Twitch front page, we're going to make the most of it, we're going to stay live all day, and we're going to, do as many games of StarCraft 2 as possible. So we're going to be doing a double dip of the tournaments today. Take a little slip over to the Monday Night Weeklies. Obviously, that's usually covered by a bunch of other guys like Steadfast and Rotty and so on. We're going to nip in there for one day just because of the Twitch front page and cast some games. Clem hosts up Persephone for us to head into our opening game of this TVZ against Rogue. So Terran versus Zerg, Rogue versus Clem. World Champion versus former World Champion. That's not... You know what, there's always something like, I mean, you know, if you've been in StarCraft a long time, it's kind of crazy to kind of stop and think. It's like, wow, Rogue was a World Champ. Clem was a World Champ. Kind of crazy. Will we ever get a Steered Wardy House Cup? Well, funny question, but I was actually thinking, like, next year is the 10-year... So this year's our 10-year anniversary of streaming full-time, and we're going to do, like, a little streamathon for that. But, I think, so we're going to do, like, a streamathon for that, but next year is 10 years of WardiTV, because I actually streamed for full-time before I rebranded to WardiTV. I was thinking for 10 years of WardiTV, we might try and do something, I don't know about the logistics of it, I'm going to have to put a lot of thought into it, but I think it'd be very fun to have like a little weekend, invite a couple of European players around and, you know, get them to play some games. Probably be a pretty scuffed setup, but, yeah, I thought it'd be kind of cool. Get like Horst, you know, Clem's only in France, surely that's not too far for him to fly. You know, get a few guys around, have some fun games. I thought maybe that'd be something we could do for the 10-year WardiTV anniversary, but I've not really thought of it logistics-wise yet. I've only thought of it in a sense of that would be fun. So yeah, it would probably be fun. Like I say, it might look terrible, but we could try our best with it. So yeah, it sounds pretty cool. Yeah, it does sound pretty cool, right? It's definitely cool. The question is, can I make it work? It'd be fun. Probably expensive, but yeah, for 10 years of WardiTV, maybe we splash a little bit. I think it's purely because it's easy to keep the hype up for a few days. I think it's big. I actually wonder if it's just the bias of people being like, well, when I watch a weekend tournament, it's the biggest tournaments, right? And so they're naturally inclined to think like, if it's a weekend tournament, it's like, this is it, this is the peak. And then you can just tune in for either the whole day or like, whenever you tune in, the matches are important. I actually don't know, like my playoffs of tournaments are almost always on the weekend, so I don't know if like is it super important? Like, people aren't as committed to the playoffs because they didn't watch the... I think it's probably more the fact that people struggle to differentiate. Even if you say, same players, similar kind of format, just you either squish it into 3 days, you run it over 6 days. People say 3 days because, like I say, there's like that, almost like, to me, maybe like there's a bias there because like 3-day tournaments or these epic big tournaments that they've loved in the past. So I don't know how... if that's a factor, but that's what I kind of thought, because I thought 12-hour days is like a bit excessive, but it was interesting still. Your idea for 10 years of WardiTV? 10 more years of WardiTV? Hell yeah, yeah, okay. Look, I can't promise that one yet, though, you know? We'll try, though. We'll try. People are showing up and starting to fight some Zerglings. We get into this game. It is Clem versus Rogue. And expecting Clem to have something to say in this matchup, and trying to get aggressive early is already a sign of that with this Reaper. Obviously, Rogue has been playing well, though, lately. He's been playing fast. He's playing a lot of counterattacks, so... Actually, like I say, I was very excited to see this match when the bracket started out, and obviously that was not a guarantee. Clem had to go through some opponents. I thought Rogue had to go through Bunny, which isn't easy, but he did beat Bunny the other day as well in the WardiTV Spring Championship qualifier. So yeah, I think that's actually kind of cool. If you spread it out more, you can stream more of the matches. Yeah, I think just... like, personally, like, I don't agree with just, like, a big weekend tournament being, like, the best solution. Although maybe it'd be nice, like... Maybe it would be nice if we could find a way to make, like, WardiTV, like, tournament playoff days a bit longer. Because maybe the problem right now is, like, a WardiTV championship final day could be, like, 4 hours. Whereas maybe, like, 6 hours makes it feel a little bit more epic and a bit more worth your time to kind of, like, invest into, oh, yeah, this weekend I'm going to watch the finals of the WardiTV event, you know? I've been doing a lot of thinking about this sort of stuff lately, because obviously, you know, thinking about doing some crowdfunding and trying to, like, approach how to make events better and make the viewing experience better and get people interested and keep people interested. So yeah, just been playing with, like, a lot of ideas and trying to gauge interest and think about what we can do, and especially if we got some additional crowdfunding. The nice thing about that would be that we actually have a little bit more. We don't have to be as conservative almost with the tournaments, right? Like, if the crowdfunding campaign was a success, like, we could be a bit more brazen with, like, hey, let's try this. Or, hey, I don't have to make the next championship event stretch over 17 days like the Spring Championship just to, you know, have a reasonable chance of a return of investment. Like, we can actually just do something a little bit more adventurous and a little bit more concise. So that's definitely one of those, that's definitely one of the benefits. Liberator in the siege. A couple drones taking damage. The Queen stepping around as our Hellions will join up together. Trailing Nest coming about. The Lings, the Queen continue to come through. Still got the Stimpack start in the engineering base and the barracks coming up as well. As that Liberal siege atop of this Queen, and it just about gets over to the edge. Hellions trying to wrap their way around and figure out what they want to do. The Queen's going to be there. Push those Hellions the other way. We get a Queen kill. And that Liberator going to step away once more as the Hellions do try and dare the Lings to come and fight. And Lib doing a great job of just moving around and finding additional drones. Rogue's done a great job of keeping up with that Liberator, but eventually Clem is so persistent with it, he finds a way in to do some damage. He's going to get 1 or 2 drones here before he unsieges the Lib again. And now the Hellions are finding okay trades against the Zerglings. They turn onto the Creep to get a better fight. And he actually does very well here. 8 drones have gone down now, finally. 19 Lings. He actually left the Lib in the main in the end to kill drones. So he actually sacrificed it, but it was so worth it. He got so many extra workers. He lost 2 Hellions, a Reaper, and a Lib, and he's killed 9 drones and 19 Lings. This is an extremely successful opening from Clem. First minutes here are already being huge. Oh my god, Clem! No. Somebody actually used a healing shrine. Oh my god. He actually used the healing shrine. I can't believe it. And it's such a good time to use it as well. Go get your Hellions healthy. They can trade with the Queens a little bit more aggressively. And guess what? You can just go heal the units again. Yes, Clem. Yes. Someone finally used it properly as well. Look at this. Look how OP it is. This is so sick. And now the Hellions are going to be back on the map. I love it. That is actually kind of wild. As now the Hellions are just healthy again, you know? Obviously in this case they didn't really trade for much, but now they're healthy, full of HP, didn't have to go all the way back home before they can retake map control, so there's much less time where you're giving up kind of space on the map. As the Marines set up on the left-hand side, they're going to get rid of this hatchery, so that's an easy pick-off. I mean, Clem's already done so much damage in this game. That Rogue is already in trouble, right? Is what this comes down to. And the Ling's just going to step forward, the Marine's going to be nearby. The Zerglings will be there and getting shot down as well. So good defense from Clem, who is going to defend the counterattack run by 2. He shows up with these Marines, going to get there to pick off even more Zerglings. Now, guys, I'm not going to lie. We've had Persephone in the WardiTV map pool for almost a month. I think this is the first time anyone's bothered to put units on the healing shrine. Like, I didn't want to mention it because I really genuinely wanted to see how long it took. I think that's the first time since the TLMC someone actually has used the healing shrine. It's taken a month. I'm so curious how different races and different players can abuse that. Maybe Clem will inspire some others to truly look at this and to take advantage of it. As that Marine step up, Queen's going to be taking some damage. And we have a couple of Banes going to start charging forward too. A couple of tanks are set up as well, pushing that Ling Bane around. And we do see the Queen's just going to keep on standing back there. Infestation Pit coming up. The Bane's going to roll in once more. We're going to split apart, let the tanks do their thing, and Rogue just gets overwhelmed. Clem, he did so much damage early, is what this comes down to. Those first Hellions combined with that Liberator. Like I say, losing only 2 Hellions and the Lib for like 9 drones and 20 Lings. That's brutal. Clem's macroing like a god behind it as well. So he's got units reinforcing. And Rogue just ends up in an almost impossible position to win out from. GG's as Clem takes game at number 1. We got some confirmation as MaxPax has 2-0 Classic. So the winner of this series will play MaxPax in the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Solar advanced over Percival, Kira over Young Yakov. So Solar will play Kira. And then the winner of that plays Hero in the semi-finals today as well. Can you put a planetary fortress on the Healing Shrine? No. I believe it's got air blockers, so you can't fly air units into it. And it's also unbuildable on. So it only works on ground units. Yeah, so I believe this Healing Shrine specifically has air blockers to stop air units. Healing Shrines do work on air units, but this one blocks it, so air units can't be healed. I think with the idea of basically being able to be super... it's interesting, right? Because it's like, how OP does something become? I think the thing with air units is they have high mobility, and so air unit harassment is extremely powerful if it can be even more aggressive than usual and take a lot of hit point damage. Fly away, heal, come straight back, right? That mobility is a lot stronger than, like, ground harassment. Obviously, I think Hellions are maybe one of the things. And Zerglings, I guess Zerglings die a lot before they take damage, but Hellions especially are probably one of the better units to then abuse on this Healing Shrine right now. Air units can stack. That's true. I guess there is something of a limit of, like, you can only heal so many units at once. Yeah, very cool. Alright. Yeah, guys, that's not a ladder map. This is a TLMC map. We edited the WardiTV map pool because I don't think King's Cove and Abyssal Reef and Neon Violet Square should really be in the map pool. So we got rid of them and added some TLMC maps. I love how the first time it gets used, everyone is outraged. We've literally been watching this map for a month, and no one has bothered to utilize the Healing Shrine. But the first time it gets used, we're outraged, and it's OP, and how could this ever be in the game? And yet the pro players have taken an entire month for anyone to bother using it. Makes you wonder, right? Like, maybe it's not actually that good if the players have not bothered to go and use it too much. The interesting thing that we usually saw with Healing Shrines, to be fair, is that Healing Shrines used to be, like, really out of the way. Whereas this Healing Shrine is not as out of the way. Like, it is off to the right side, and what that does is if your Hellions are over to the right getting healed, there's a massive gap of visibility for a counterattack to head up the left, right? So your visibility is taken out for them to go and heal. What's going to be interesting is that, you know, say we continue to play this map over a long time, I wonder if we'd see, as the Hellions pull back to heal, if this became a common thing, if Zergs typically took that opportunity to counterattack up the left and get past the Hellions knowing that they're out of position. Because I do think this is one of the Healing Shrines that's still out of the way, but not completely out of position or in the corner of the map as they used to be. Which is why I kind of liked it, because I was like, I want to see a Healing Shrine that's actually a little bit more viable to be put into use, but still has a negative to it, which is you have to take your units over in that direction, which is completely out of the main pathways of the, you know, the early game. So yeah, I thought it was kind of cool. It's funny because we've had like 3 TLMC events, and I believe it was like the first 3 TLMC... I think someone sent 1 probe during the last TLMC to get healed by the Healing Shrine. That was the first time we'd seen a Healing Shrine in like 2 years of TLMCs with Healing Shrines. Which, if you think about, it's also kind of crazy, you know? So like, we've really not seen the Healing Shrines being used. I'd love to see more abuse of it on Persephone. Like, this map's only going to be in the WardiTV map pool for another month or so. Let's abuse it. Let's see how broken it is or stupid. Maybe it's genuinely good. Like, I think it's one of those things that just will take time to adapt, though, and that's always the negative part of, like, Healing Shrines and, like, TLMC, is that you only play these maps 7 or 8 times in the tournament. there's no time to adapt, because it's not just about whoever's trying to use the Healing Shrine, it's how you can play against someone who's trying to utilize the Healing Shrine as well, right? So yeah. I don't know, I think very interesting as a couple of Lings will come through trying to find that SCV. The Marine here will chase the Zergling down. One Zergling falls, the other Zergling getting chased. Our Queen continue to come up. A couple of drones, Hatch, Gas, and Creep Tumor setting up as our Zergling comes away through the main base as well. We've got the Marine going to come and chase a little. Again, CC's are very much so on the way right now. Barracks coming up. Tech Lab on the way through. As our drones will continue to build. Maybe? Okay, what about this? What if? Okay, you guys are going to think I'm ridiculous, but what if we had destructible healing shrines? So players could choose to remove the healing shrine from the game as the game goes on. Thoughts? Probably ridiculous. We already don't see healing shrines being used. I think I'm getting too ahead of myself, but it could be interesting, no? Anyways, into this game, obviously just set up for a few moments. Roach Roaring coming up from Rogue is going to be one of our starting points to get those roaches out and get a solidified starting setup here. How can Zerg destroy Healing Shrine early? I'm not saying it should be destroyable early. I think there's other ways to abuse it being used early, to be honest. I just think it's not figured out yet, to be honest. Like I say, it'd be different if the Healing Shrine was like outside the front of the Zerg third base and the Hellions could just sit in there and like hit the third, but you have to run away and like be out of the way. Like I say, I think there's counterattack potential in those moments. Anyways. Just gonna be seeing our Queens gonna come about. Evo Chamber is gonna go down to make sure the Hellions won't get in. One Hellion gets blocked in. The first Roach is spawning, and that more defensive setup gets established here from Rogue as the STVs continue out. The Marines continue to build. A reactor coming up on the factory. Let's have ourselves a lair. Building from Rogue as well. The Roaches keep you very safe and help propel you into that mid-game much more comfortably than last time. You're not going to see Rogue falling apart at the seams in the first 5 to 6 minutes, which is basically his downfall on Persephone. Again, lair builds. A couple of extractors come through. We got the Engineering Bay and the Barracks continuing up. Add refineries onto that. Marine Medevac coming up also. As we just have the 1-1 upgrades. The missiles continuing by. Combat shield starting. Medevac's popping. And yeah, they're going to set up onto the natural. So the Medevac's just going to sit overhead. The Marines and the Hellions continue to gather up. Those Marines load into the Medevacs, and we do have Roaches, a Queen, coming by as we speak. Well, the Roach speed is obviously going to be big. I do wonder kind of how much commitment we see from Rogue on the Roaches. Obviously, missiles suggest a fair amount. At some point does he, well, he's dropping the infestation bit too. I was going to say, at some point do we switch toward, Ling Bane and kind of go melee upgrade with +2 carapace, but no. He's going to go infestation pit and move towards Hive and really stick to these Roaches. There's not a world that this infestation pit's for Swarm Host, right? Just double checking and not being super crazy. That Rogue might be crazy himself. I don't think there's any world that would work. So yeah, just head to Hive, could add the Hydra Den on, get the Lurker Den going, and get ready to just move into kind of Roach Hydra Lurker eventually here. A couple of Vipers are very nice early too, because if your main defense against this Roach play is the Siege Tanks, which obviously it is, typically from a Terran, Tank's very good against Roach plays, then getting the Vipers out early gives you access to deal with those Siege Tanks without too much of a problem. There's that Hydra Den I mentioned as well, definitely going to be heading towards the Roach Hydra, and that typically adds Lurkers as well. Here's the Medevacs continue to gather. Again, the 1-1 coming through on both sides. Just a couple drones lost. Obviously, much better setup for Rogue initially. And trying to propel himself toward that Hive. Now, Clem with that forward gold base is wondering is there any kind of chance that Clem just goes very aggressively. But a second factory and now a fourth base suggests no. We're just going to set up for a longer setup as himself. Get himself a good siege tank count on the go. Get all of that ready. And get all of that settled as we go. Now, we do see a bit of Marine tank. Already starting to step forward into the center of the map as well. Those Roaches continue to gather up. We get a couple of Ravagers morphing in too. So Roach Ravager all on the way. The Link speed coming about. And again, the Lurker Den is coming up from Rogue as we speak, so we continue to build into that right now. Couple Ravagers will pop. Morphin. And Clem still on a push here. As a couple of those crew teamers go down. Again, the Roach Ravager needs to be careful of those tanks. That's why you want those Vipers. Clem's really hitting at a nice moment where it's just the Vipers aren't quite ready. Rogue seemingly feels like he needs to fight a little bit. Even the Lurkers unupgraded aren't available just yet, so it's forcing Rogue to make more Roaches, more units that are maybe not going to be as good in the long term of this game. Those 2 upgrades from Clem. Just going to gather again. Marines and the Siege Tanks will continue up. The Marauder coming through. The vehicle weapons comes up as we have the Bioforce coming in the right-hand side. Roach Ravager, Corrosive Biling. We do dodge away from those, although the next Biles will be good. He's going to get a good collapse on the tanks here. Good fight for Rogue. He didn't even need the Viper in the end. He just got a really good engagement. Knocks the tanks down so quickly, and the sooner that those tanks disappear, the better off you're going to be right from the get-go. Some Roach Ravager Hydra still gathering on the right-hand side. The 2-2 upgrades coming up. The +1 vehicle weapons online as well. Still seeing the +2/+2. The seismic spines continue to come online. On the bottom side, Clem finds himself a base cancel, so the only thing I'd say for Rogue right now is he is on 4 bases, and 4 base doesn't usually get you through to the end of a game against the Terran. Clem's on 4 bases as well, so ideally Rogue needs to step out to a 5th, and maybe even like double expanding. That's the one thing I think he's got an issue with. His creep is not super far forward in front of where he would like to expand to, so he doesn't have a lot of that safety net that creep typically gives you when you take bases and expand, and that's going to be one of the issues he has to just play around right now, as the 2-2 upgrades continue up from Clem. +1 vehicle weapon is going to be a part of that. The Siege Tanks added on in here. Our Lurkers will burrow and sit behind the gold mineral line. We try and brute force our way through here. Rogue clearly wants this as his 5th base. He could just not be in a worse position to try and take it. He's losing a lot to just try and get there. One Lurker does not go down. Transfuge saves it, but mostly it was saved by the fact that Terran gave up too soon. If he really wanted that Lurker, he could have had it. Marines unload on the watchtower, and I think at least Rogue now can take some choice of bases. Like I say, I would not mind seeing a double expansion. I think there's a very realistic chance one of the bases Rogue takes goes down. Just because, like I say, there's no creep in front of those bases. Whoa, he takes the 12 o'clock. Okay, Rogue, chill out a second. I don't think that base ever comes online. When I said double expand, I didn't mean just give up minerals for nothing. Like, that base was never going to work. Jeez. And he is going to expand to the bottom instead. I like that much more. Maybe you get away with that central base. It's kind of cute. I was going to say, do we not have an abduct there for those medevacs? We do, but maybe it was just out of reach. Abduct those medevacs into those hydras, you get a couple of kills, and that would have been fantastic. Obviously just not meant to be here, though, unfortunately, for the moment. Hydras come back around. Still got 2-2 coming about. Baneling Nest, Evo Chamber, a couple more hatcheries coming about as well as our Roaches. I'm just going to get rid of a few SCVs. The Byon's coming across. The Roaches will take a few more shots of damage, so a couple of those going down. The Ghost setting up as well. Marines pull over to the right-hand side. The Overlord's still getting chased. A couple more Nidus networks coming through. The Baneling Nest added on. Again, the hatchery Lurkers continue to build up as the +3 missiles and the +3 carapace building as well. So we got a lot of upgrades just continuing to seep into this game. We still try and press on forward. A couple of those SCVs going down nice and quickly as well. The Ravagers will corrosive file down the command center, but they're going to be sacrificed. It's a CC that Clem can easily lose because he's got so many other CCs on the way up. He does not need to keep that specific command center alive. That was just on the way in. He's not desperate for another base to be taken just yet either. Rogue will continue to try and take this base here. Eventually, Rogue's got to figure out how this map's going to split, because obviously a Zerg does not usually trade as well as the Terran. That's already been the case. That's normal. But that does mean you need to mine more than the Terran, which means that you need to deny bases and take bases the Terran doesn't take himself. Obviously, this map's interesting because you kind of have these center bases, one on the top and one on the bottom, that are not split across the game. And that's going to be adding some big questions as this game goes down. Can one of these players mine from one of those bases? Yes or no could definitely change the outcome of this. Nidus is going into the main base as the Lurkers try to hold out over here, and Clem does not have a good first initial trade with that. And those Nidus networks have nothing to be dealt. Oh my god, Clem's going to have Lurkers in the main. That is terrifying as Rogue's going to pull back, but the Nidus is pop. And yep. Please tell me there's going to be more than just 2 lurkers. I get it. Rogue's under pressure, though. Oh, man. He has the perfect opportunity to make Clem really struggle here, but he needs to be able to deal with his army as well. As right now, he is losing so much on the front lines. And yes, he can camp out production. He can get rid of the production, but he needs to be able to survive as well. And right now, surviving is obviously being, a pretty big ask. As Clem breaks through, gets rid of this base. The Lings are going to try and chase Clem as he retreats. As you see, Marines trying to set up, trying to break through. The problem is because Rogue's been dealing with the main army, he doesn't have as many units out of that Nidus as he could maybe have. If he had a lot more units out of the Nidus, that could be huge. This was a better fight, though, as Clem loses in the main base. Getting chased in the center has gone pretty well for Rogue. The Lings and Hydra's doing a good job. The lunge forward helping to get a few more units. Tanks will fire, and it looks as though the lurkers will get cleaned up before we lose too much of the production. I think those barracks burning, but we should be, in theory, able to repair those. Clem is going to deal with this Nidus attack in the end, so it's not so bad at the end of the day. Brings the Ghosts, chewing through all of it. 3-3 still coming up on both sides. The Lurkers are still producing through. Again, Marine, Tank, Barracks, all added on right now. This game gets very interesting because Rogue has really actually dealt a blow to Clem there and actually had a good trade in the center as well. So for the first time in a while, I think Rogue actually steps up in this game a little bit, all led to by the double Nidus, which he's going to try once more. Clem needs to be a little bit more noticing of that as what he was, compared to what he was earlier. As this time the Lurkers get behind the goal base. Oh! The changelings are keeping a bunch of tanks stuck in the main, and Clem didn't notice it. He notices it now as he's pulling back to the main base to deal with the Nidus networks, but I think that's more of a distraction than anything from Rogue. He doesn't actually want to do too much. He trails a few Lings out. Don't think that's going to do a lot. Well, maybe not. I guess with double Nidus, you unload so quickly. He's actually going to try and fight through the tanks that are in this main base. I'm not sure if this is a smart or terrible decision, to be honest, but it's kind of working. He's killed a bunch of Ghosts as well, and now the Lurkers on the top are going to get behind the planetary. Lurkers behind that mineral line get SCVs too, and Rogue is playing a fascinating game at the moment as he is getting so much damage dealt. Wow, I mean, Rogue's obviously going to get cleaned up, and he's losing units as well, but he's definitely putting Clem into a difficult and awkward position. That Lurker goes down. We're going to see Ling just flooding through here. Depot's raised. Good raise from Clem. If you don't get that depot raise, that main base becomes a problem. I actually think maybe he had the Marines and the Ghost to deal with it anyways. It's still an issue, losing even more SCVs, and Clem's economy is being kept low as Rogue is playing all around the map with these attacks, doing an extremely good job of things so far. An additional round of Lurkers morphing to the top side. Nidus is popping everywhere. It's a very rare day that you can say that Clem is being out multitasked, but he is definitely on the verge of being out multitasked. Like, Clem is not in position to deal with all of these threats because Rogue has had him running around everywhere. Now, while Clem is still incredible is that he can still play very quickly, I don't know if he's been out multitasked, but he's definitely being stretched to his limits. Like, he's not ahead of what's being done. He is still getting to the defense. He's still dealing with all the threats without them each and every single one going overboard. But usually Clem's ahead of these things. Whereas right now he's not really ahead of them. He's having to deal with them as they come up. And Rogue is doing a fantastic job of getting the absolute most out of that potentially. I was going to say, I'd like these Lurkers to turn away from that planetary they're hitting and to hit something else. And they do escape via a Nidus. And that's the incredible part of this as well, too. Rogue is doing such a great job of utilizing the Nidus networks as not just an offensive attack, but as a very tactical retreat as well. Doing a fantastic job with that as the Hydras come lurching forwards, trying to get in reach of whatever possible. A couple more units going down. These changelings here just going to take attention to Clem for a moment as he target fires them. Cryptium is to be cleaned up. There's a hatchery on the bottom and the top, so we're going to try and double expand again as Rogue as he looks for bases that he can take that Clem might not be able to take in this game. Clem is already starting to expand to the bottom side of the map, mind you, as Rogue loses the 12 o'clock. Did not actually get a council on that as well, so that's some money going down. Marine Ghost going to keep on going. A couple of Lurkers get burrowed. We will see the Ghosts coming around on that right-hand side as we are going to go snipe. Both Lurkers go down. The Nidus goes down. Fire will step up. The gold base on the 6 o'clock will go down too. 15 additional overlords in production from Rogue. Well, he does like to mask the overseers, and that might just be what we're setting up to do right now, as again we continue to challenge bases around the map at the moment, doing our best to get those established and set up here currently. Still noticing around. Clem definitely getting a little bit more on top of a lot of the defenses right now. Definitely getting a bit more kind of ahead of defending rather than dealing with it as it's happening. Just pops up in the back. There's a few lings, but the units are there, so this one won't be all that meaningful. A couple of lings burrowed, that shouldn't be too much of a problem either. But it'd be good to have infestors with Neural. Yeah, I think the thing is that Rogue is... Infest would be nice, a couple fungals will always be decent to kind of slow down some of the ghost snipes. I just don't know if Rogue is confident in being able to sneak the infestors around the map, as we see like someone like, you know, on the level of Cyril doing a lot of the time, sneaking those infestors around, getting those surprise fungals and neurals and so on. This is also a trickier map for that because it's pretty left versus right, so getting those flank rounds can be tough. And I think Rogue right now as well is maybe just like, I don't really want to waste time with that as much as I just feel as though I'm actually doing well just building pure fighting units rather than more supporting units. This wave of lurkers is going to take a lot of shots off the ghost. They were protecting themselves for a while. They need that Nidus to finish so they can get away. They are going to jump into it. Another Nidus back into the natural. Oh no! Misplay! He does not get the lurkers back into the Nidus. That was genuinely just a misplay as well, because he actually had the opportunity to get them in there, and he just was obviously busy elsewhere in the moment the Nidus finally finished, and Clem was aggressive to get those kills. Nicely done. As you sit here, almost 20 minutes on El Dorado. This Nidus finishes. A couple of things going to come out, and they're going to get rid of the siege tank. Or at least they're going to make a really good effort at trying to. The tank will live on 1 HP. Oh my goodness, hero tank. As we run into the front, a tank here goes down. Lings again just trying to cause chaos. Tanks all over the place are obviously going to be good targets for the Zerglings. They're easy targets. The Lings feast on them if they get into reach. Clem has a lot of money banked up, mind you, and that's definitely going to be, I think, a problem as we continue through this. As if Rogue can't start getting Clem's bank to be drawn down a little bit, I think in the long term, this definitely just becomes more problematic, like I say. +1 vehicle plating coming up. The Ghost, the tanks, the Libs continue to come through. The Bio will just gather up. We're going to see a couple of these snipes coming down. A few of the lurkers are going to get taken out straight away. The Bio are going to push forward. A few Ghosts are going to come over. Going to have our Banelings are going to continue to chase as well. The Bio Ghost getting shoved away to the bottom left. As again, the +3 melee upgrade coming through at the moment from Rogue. 10 overlords continue to come through. The few Zerglings going to go leak onto the siege tank for a couple of moments as the Nidus in the main base once again, as a few of the lurkers are going to pop out and just get burrowed. All those ghosts getting chased away. Yep, those lurkers putting in some serious work. The Liberators putting some fight back. We actually are starting to get a lot of these ghosts very low. Very unfortunate. We had like 5 ghosts that were like red HP bars. As we actually see some Banelings mixed in as well. The Bane's going to try and bust forward. There's a lot of ghosts that can't get away to the top side, but they do just have enough of a step. Somehow we just get rid of that planetary fortress. That would have been a disaster if we hadn't gotten that at the very least. As Rogue will go back to the drawing board and try and rebuild up. Clem on 40 SCVs. His economy is not incredible, but he's still got the, the bank on his side because he's not having to replace as much as what Rogue is. And Clem now actually going to get an opportunity to push through the bottom side of the map and into this side. Lings are going down. The hatchery going to be in trouble. The Banes are going to finish up once more as we step on forward. The Banes will roll and aim for these ghosts and these bio units. On creep gave them a little bit of an edge right there, but Rogue just doesn't have the army supply right now. Can these Zerglings at the end do enough? Some Hydras on the top side are getting a base as well. Clem continued to have issues. I mean, again, if he didn't have money banked up, he would be dying right now. We killed that orbital on the top side, so that base is lost to Clem. As Rogue is pulling drones to try and help this fight. I just don't think he has the firepower to get through this army at all. He needs time. He needs to give up this base at the very least. He's all over the place. The lurkers are across the map, shutting down production, and again, just trying to make it so that eventually he can just clean up this army and be okay, but he pulls those lurkers away now. I'm not sure if he just feels like, he probably just feels the need to have them back at home. No, actually, sorry, they're still over here. As we do dive forward once again with these Zerglings, Hydras, everything going to try and make a play. A few Banelings are going to get forward. We do break through the siege tanks, and Rogue is making some steps towards this Terran army. Does he have enough? The Lings continue to trade in. Ghosts are dying, and Clem has to lift into those medevacs, retreat the hell out of there. And Clem will back it up. Fall back for the moment as Rogue, 108 to Clem's 120 supply. Rogue has minerals to spend. He's got lava problems. Obviously, it's a hectic game. He's playing very lava-heavy units now with Lings and so on, so the injects are more important than ever before. And that's why he can't quite spend all of his money at once at the moment. These changelings will get Planetary Fortress down. Bunch of additional Lings coming through. Marine tanks still in production as the Liberator siege up once again. The Ghost's going to sit at the back. The Lings are going to try and come through. The Hydra coming about. Ling Bane continues to come over. Rogue didn't have time to really set up enough units beforehand. Clem having this gold base here might just be huge for him. That might be the game changer. Having a little bit of economy still at this point with only 27 SCVs remaining. Rogue returns drones to the top side of the map instead. Rogue's army honestly looks sizable. It's about finding the right fight right now, which becomes complicated. Clem really has been drawn about the map, and he's had so many troubles defending back at home. The Lurkers here will hit a few of the SCVs. Tank Lib continues up. Fling Hydra still in production. We get a snipe. Rogue is mining ever so slightly more. I think what would be big would be if Rogue could actually get down over here and... I mean, the gold base not mined for him kind of sucks, but that's a difficult base to hold on to now that Clem's maybe thinking more about the center of the bottom side of the map. Clem's other bases genuinely are, running dry. As we set through, around a changeling's going to go move about. I mean, I think this bottom left base is a huge one to get rid of, if we can get rid of it. We're going to dive in. The Hydra's lunge. We're going to make the effort, and we are going to get there as the Overseer's set up. What I do love is he didn't use the Banes on this. He just lets the Ling Hydra get rid of it, and keeps the Banes alive to chase units down as necessary. Yo, thank you, Halafor, for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Green Marina, Silicon Universe, P.O. Love, SC2 Nice, and Yunkos. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting as we have this crazy game maybe coming to a conclusion soon. Rogue looking to try and catch this army of Clem, running forwards, looking to catch. In we go as the Lings are going to chase through. We have Banes coming in from behind. We catch so much of this right now. The siege tank goes down as well. Oh, it's not good enough for Rogue. He's going to run out of units. Clem got enough units away in the medevacs. He just needs to kind of fall back for a second, unload, and then he's going to be really able to fight this one more time. I think he's going to be absolutely golden. As Clem is going to go towards that topside base. We have a little counterattack over here. Clem's economy has grown from like 27 STVs to 130, so there has been some progress for him. Rogue will try and shut some of that down again with the Lings running by, but he needs to defend his own bases, and I just don't know if it's possible. The Overseers and the drones and the Overlords will make it a party, but I just don't think there's going to be enough. Hydras are getting sniped, and the Hydras from the other side show up. We do start to target a couple of the Ghosts down. The Rogue is on 25 army supply, guys. Like, this just does not continue to end up in Rogue's favor. Clem has apparently an entire army of siege tanks that have just been down here and have yet to really come through. And I just continue to go. The Ghost taking damage. Marine tanks still coming up. The medevacs as well, sitting overhead. The Marines continue to trade against a few more Zerglings. And there it is. GG gets called. Rogue put up an absolutely tremendous fight against arguably one of the best TVZers in the world. GG's. Clem takes the 2-0 over Rogue. But what a fantastic game number 2. As, yeah, absolutely fantastic game. Can't really say much more to that. Clem will advance. He plays against MaxPax in the semi-finals. We'll get ready for that semi-final of Clem versus MaxPax TVP. We'll be bringing that through in just a few moments, guys. Coming up to 3,000 viewers on the Twitch stream. Thank you so much for being here today. We've actually got loads on the YouTube stream as well. Thank you so much. Obviously, we do have Twitch front page, so it's a little bit boosted today, but hopefully some of you guys are coming in and enjoying some StarCraft too. I'm going to take my first little step away from the stream for a moment and just go into the bathroom and so on. So just going to throw the break screen on for a couple of minutes while we get ready for our semi-finals of WardiTV Mondays 30. I'll see you guys in just a few moments. Thank you again, Halafall, for those gifted subs. And like I say, I'll see you guys in just a couple as Clem MaxPax, a classic, comes up next. Welcome back, guys. Hello, hello. Vidal next, thank you so much for the 25-month resub on the Prime. 25 already! Boys, my mental field in work. Hope we keep with a lot more StarCraft 2. That's the plan. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for resubscribing. Making good progress back to that 700 sub mark, guys. Again, we typically do say 700 subs is a great place to be for us to keep on consistently running the tournaments and putting the prize pools up, so if you've got a Prime sub you're sitting on, consider using it on the channel. It goes a long way. Again, helps us to run these StarCraft 2 tournaments. This is a WardiTV event, and WardiTV tournaments typically are funded by you guys supporting the stream. And so always that cycle of you guys support the channel. With that support, we can put on tournaments, in which case you guys can watch StarCraft, in which case you can support the channel. It's a wonderful circle. Well, I guess it can be a triangle if you want it to be. It can be whatever you want, but it goes in a circle. Or it goes around the edge of the triangle. You take your pick. As we will get ready for Clem versus MaxPax very shortly here, I believe. Get that ready to go in a few moments. Kaloff, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to CSPU, HepatiF, Matt Dis, Xeon9321, and Complete Noob. Thank you so much for the generosity of the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As the WardiTV Mondays 30 comes down now to this Clem MaxPax semi-final. On the other side of the bracket, Kira and Solo are currently playing. The winner of that will take on Hero in the other semi-final as well. Currently, Kira up 1-0 against Solo, but it looks pretty good for Solo in Game 2. So it looks like they are having a good old series. So yeah, looking good. That is currently on Steadfast stream. If you are looking for the Kira Solo matchup, you can find it over there. And yo, Siru, thank you so much for the 30-month resub. Be part of the circle. Who doesn't want to be part of the circle? Circles are fun, right? And then we can roll around the circle together. Sounds like a good time, no? Surely. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you again, Cal, for the gifted. Halifor for the gifted just during that last game as well. And yo, OG Quasi, thank you so much as well for the 3-year resub. Appreciate the content as always. Keep it up. Yeah, thank you so much for the 3 years of resubscribing. Also awesome. Thank you so very much. Yeah, fun Clem MaxPax semi-final today. Clem and MaxPax not always on the same side of the bracket in this event, but Hero won last week. And Clem and MaxPax, neither of them made the finals, so I figured we'd switch the seeding up a little bit. It makes it a bit more interesting for us. Just seeing maybe a Clem MaxPax semi-final every now and again, instead of them only having the chance to meet it in the finals. So a little bit of a switch up. SP9NF with the Prime sub. Triangles! Is this going to be the debate? Is this going to be like circles versus triangles? We have the circle side versus the triangle side. Alright guys, I need you to sub if your team's circle and donate if your team triangle. We are just waiting for players to veto. I will be back in game as soon as the vetoes are done. It should not take us too much longer, so we should be able to get that underway. Apparently we have a hype train on the chat as well. Beautiful. Nothing like the scam train choo-chooing through the station. I don't see Clem actually online here, but I imagine he's online, just not in the chat channel. And he is probably talking with MaxPax and getting ready to go into this matchup fairly soon. So I'd imagine that's taking place, guys. Again, just a few moments of patience while we get it all sorted. And we'll get ready to rumble very shortly. Your team hexagons? Oh, well. Hexagons are very popular on this channel as well. I'll never forgive World Team League for getting rid of the hexagons. They were one of the greatest things we ever got in online StarCraft 2 production values. So simple, yet so effective, you know? 4 years, 4 size, you sub for a square. Thank you so much, Arbrak, for the 44-month resub. We don't have a 4th point for a square. Like we have what, like we have support, more StarCraft, watch. I don't have a 4th point. What what's the 4th point of the square? We just throw an extra one in there just for fun sometimes. Hey guys, we are just waiting, like I say, for videos to be done. We shouldn't be too long. Should be able to get this going, like I say, fairly shortly, I'd imagine. There's now a long discussion about a rice cooker. That was the good old days of the stream when we used to talk about true StarCraft topics of importance, such as the rice hexagon discussion as the 4th point. It makes so much more sense now. It makes so much more sense. Beautiful. Playlines comes up for our first map. Took us a little while for the videos, but that's okay. As we'll get set to go. Like I say, Leyline's coming through here for a few moments. Say Clem versus MaxPax TVP. If you're not familiar with modern day StarCraft 2, obviously you got some people in today with the front page stuff that may not be as like I say, as watching StarCraft 2 as much lately. But yeah, Clem and MaxPax really have been the kings of online tournaments. They play each other in the finals so frequently. This matchup has become fastly one of the most played matchups, and they're just so consistent in the online, especially weekly tournaments. They oftentimes meet each other in the finals, so this really was, when I say it's a classic, it really is a classic of modern day StarCraft 2. And they test each other very well. Like the skill level between these two in TVP rose and rose because of how much they played each other. They really pushed each other to limits that we hadn't really seen pushed to a lot in StarCraft before. These two have a lot of the purpose behind them of why TVP is at the level it's at in this day and age. So let's get to it. In the bottom left corner, our semi-finals of WardiTV Mondays Edition 30. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss player is MaxPax, representing Storm Gaming. And he takes on the red Terran. In the top right corner of the map, from Team Liquid, we do have Clem. This is a question that might flop, but if you are new to watching StarCraft 2 today, or if you've not watched StarCraft 2 in a while and you're just coming off the front page, I would love to hear from you in the chat. Honestly, I have no idea how effective front page really is at actually getting people into the stream and chatting and stuff, but if you're here from the front page, you're watching ST for the first time in a while, or just checking it out, I'd love to say hi, see you say hi. Because, yeah, genuinely curious. It's actually kind of funny, because we got, nowadays for Twitch front page, you can, like, apply, I think, once every 3 months to get front page, and I just haven't applied for, like, the last, like, since they started this program, because I guess I never really believe in the power of front page. Like, it boosts the numbers up, which is kind of cool. I don't know how much effect it really has in this day and age, but yeah, I decided why not in the end. I guess even numbers being high for a day is kind of nice, right? It's definitely something. As Orbital comes on through, the Reaper is in production, so we're just going to get that underway. The factory starts up onto the main base as well. So factory on the way through. Orbital still coming up. Cybercore on the way down. Let's take a few moments here to see what we can get up to and how we can go about it for the next little while. So yeah, getting things set up. Get this ready to go. You can apply for front page. Yeah, you just, you don't have to pay. You literally just, there's like a Google Sheets form. There's like a Google form you fill out which time slot and which day you would like, and then you are applied, and they may give it to you. And like I say, I think you can do it once every 3 months. So now this is my one for the next little while. Oh my god. It's one of the best type trainer modes we've ever had. I don't even know what that is. It's like a strutting kitty with it's like a strutting kitty with some sunglasses on with some shades. Tap comes about, Starfall comes through. I'm just going to be seeing the SCV gets denied, so MaxPax will be the first to strike here in these early stages. As 2 probes going to go down, so 3 workers are going to fall total. So yeah, we might have lost the SCV on the other side, but MaxPax taking some damage over here, as the Hellion has actually got that Adept pretty low as well. I think we will just commit to getting that Adept, or he decides to pull back. We actually end up with 5 workers killed in total, so a very successful first few moments here from Clem in this game, as that is going to be 5 workers going down. Reaper's still alive, jumps into the main. I think it'd be very impressive to get one more probe kill here, because yeah, the Stalker was obviously quick on the tail, looking to do something, and it doesn't work out. Bunker coming up, and we are going to see the couple of Adepts are going to step over, and this is where Clem will actually face some aggression again. So both these players are starting to go at each other and just throwing aggression in each other's face early on. A couple of Widow Mines even have to pull back. It's interesting because these units, in theory, actually get stuck now from MaxPax, as I guess the Adepts can shade out. But walking out there with the Stalker is going to be difficult. The Adepts will not shade, do not want to go too close to the Widow Mines or anything. SCV is going down, so MaxPax making up for before, and this Siege Tank has work to do because additional Stalkers are showing up, and Clem is going to need to make sure that they do not make this game too complicated. What is interesting is we're not near any blink or anything. This is all coming off of the pressure of MaxPax's gateway to the top, and those Stalkers going down is brutal. This 3-gate pressure is going to be denied, and the issue with 3 gates is that, like I say, your tech is delayed. Your tech right now is not something you've been building up or focusing on, and because of that, we're essentially going to get into this position, which is, you know, for the rest of this game, MaxPax's tech is going to be way back on where it should be. So that is a problem. That is an issue. As that bunker just settles. And yeah, now that blink or charge, I mean, he might not even go blink. He might go charge to try and get the faster upgrade in play. But there are generally going to be openings for Clem to take advantage of the fact that MaxPax does not have the upgrades he has. He's going to go blink, which then means that charge is going to end up being delayed as well. So that's definitely going to become very interesting. As our Raven continues through, the next is coming up. We continue to get that underway as that blink gets a rolling. So blink going to be corner boosting, the couple of Stalkers coming over, the medevac pulls back over as well. Drop down a pylon, Forge and the Nexus coming through. And yeah, blink about halfway done, that medevac. It's going to boost over to the bottom corners of Clem, pulling that away again. We get ourselves a few moments of this game settling down, it seems. Everything's just so delayed from MaxPax, though. The robo facility time is going to be very rough in comparison to where it usually is as well. Hallucination taking a lot of damage, will go down. Couple barracks just finishing up in the back of the natural. And drop a gateway in against impact combat shield. +1 attack, building up on the bio side. And charge only just starting, the robo bay only just starting. Super curious as Clem comes across the map now to see if MaxPax can find some kind of a defense. And basically be like, look, no, it's okay. What I think is going to happen is you're really going to get the first visible sign of like just how bad the opening was for MaxPax to delay his tech, and to lost so many Stalkers without really achieving all that much. Stalkers try and get to the Raven. Byon will step forward. A little bit of a blinking around charge coming through. The Marines will fire again, and we step up this ramp. Tanks will just siege. And you already see the issue, and like I said, charge not done yet. It's not far from being done. The Clem is hitting in a moment where you can just see that MaxPax is going to have trouble. +1 is obviously a huge factor as well. We're going to lose the Immortal. Charge finishes, but now it's not even that many Zealots. And yeah, this really is, I think, a spot-on example of kind of what you expect when a 3-gate does not really do anywhere near enough damage early. You do not get away with these kind of investments as a Protoss player. Not against someone like Clem, who, like I say, knows when to hit as well. He knows when to strike. He knows when to try and really, you know, mold that advantage into pretty much as he possibly can. Water mine blows up. Force field comes down. Continue to chase through. We lose the sentry and the guardian shield. We're warping in like 2 or 3 zealots at a time. They're just not doing enough. Like, you're buying yourself a couple of moments, but you're taking like 1 step forward with the zealot warp in. Then you take 2 steps back as you lose the zealots and then you lose the stalker. Next zealot warp in, step forward, you lose them, and then you lose probes and a stalker again. It is a slow death for MaxPax, whose Colossus shows up, and that will be what he's kind of hoping is maybe going to be enough for him, but again, the reality is a siege tank is showing up, there's more marauders, and now we actually warp in some stalkers to try and get some more range damage coming out. Clem kind of dies for the Colossus. It's a great force field, it does exactly what it needs to, which is to protect that Colossus and give it some range away from the bio units. It's just not going to be enough in the end. We're still losing probes. The 3rd Nexus will finally fall. And I would expect a GG out of MaxPax with that 3rd base falling, to be honest. What is noteworthy is obviously this was a 2-base commitment from Clem, so he's not on a 3rd of his own. So there is kind of a time limit on Clem's build, but at this point he's done enough that he could realistically fall back and expand as well if he needed to. The tank will focus down one of the Colossus. The next one will get jumped on. And GG was a bit later than I thought, but only because MaxPax had 1 final go in him. He had a 2nd Colossus. He may as well try and take the fight. And that's going to be GG's. So, that is going to be Clem taking the opening game here over MaxPax, getting that 1-0 lead in the best of 3 semi-final. Whispers of Gold going to be map 2, so we'll go straight on into our 2nd game here. Keep this a-rolling. Kira and Solar still playing, by the way, on the other side. How's that going? 1-1 between Kira and Solar. Looking good for Kira in game 3, but Solar's the kind of guy that can pull those positions back and around a lot of the time. Anyways, we are just waiting for Clem to join the lobby, and we'll be ready to go, go, go. Just missing Clem here for a couple of moments. Plug that Clem, and then we will actually do some go, go, going. Ready, asks MaxPax. Ready, says Clem. JLHF. And the countdown is good. Alright, let's go into Whispers of Gold. And let's get our game number 2 on the way. Can MaxPax bounce back? Will Clem claim victory and move into the finals with this WardiTV Monday? So many questions, best answered by just watching the game. In the bottom right corner, our blue Protoss player is MaxPax. Up against the red Terran, in the top left-hand side from Team Liquid, we have got Clem. Game 2 of our series. An early probe from MaxPax to go and see what is going on across the map from the Terran. Again, getting the probe coming through. But the racks coming about. Probe gonna nibble at the SCV. Solar vs. Cure next? No. Solar vs. Cure will be finished soon. They're already playing. So yeah, the winner of that will play hero, but we will have that semi-final on stream. We only really hold the semi-finals, obviously. Generally, I'm very happy if the weekly goes like about 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours. Anything more than that is, I think, a little bit much for a weekly cup, personally. So yeah, that's usually my goal. That's what we're going for. And we typically get that just by casting both semis and the finals. Obviously, there's always going to be variance, right? Depthful Shade to the upper left. And Reaper decides to hop into the main. And whoa, we're going to pull a bunch of probes. Good micro initially, but now we're going to lose both those probes anyway. Reaper dies, but hey. You get into the base. You get the scout. You see the tech structure. You kill 2 probes. You really can't complain. Like, if you're going to lose your Reaper, that is the way to lose your Reaper. Like, that has gained so much of what you need to make this a justifiable experience, so... Yeah, GG's on the Reaper. It's a nice little start. But man getting kill is nice as well, of course. Kind of a shame. You send that adept across the map, it's a high ground CC, so you can't really do much with it, and you lose it anyway to the Widowmine shot. It really is a bit of a shame. This is nice though. Catch the medevac, get some damage on already. Medevac unloading. The Marine's gonna start fighting. And you have the Widowmine just gonna get powered up. The Lowest Probe's gonna get chased around. Continue to push that over. Considering this medevac was seen coming, Clem's gonna have a huge amount of success here. There's 3 workers, and these Marines are obviously still gonna have work to do. Just one more probe. That Stalker's super low. He would have loved to have gotten that, but MaxPax micros that well, but the 7 probes going down is definitely a lot more than I think MaxPax would have liked to have lost in this situation. That feels very tough for him now as the Viking going to come across the map. Maybe do some harassment, land in a mineral line, 2 shots probes. Maybe we'll see something from that as well. Well, probe's still settling on the bottom side as let's have a little pause from MaxPax. Just take a moment here. Obviously not a great situation for MaxPax though, definitely going to be in some trouble already. It's early stages. How do you pull himself back into this? Will be our question. Losing 5 more probes can I suggest no, probably not. Tank shot's good, and the Stalker's a little bit. MaxPax is going to leave. A little bit of an anticlimactic game. But yeah, just taking way too much damage early. Not the best of openings. MaxPax in both of those games really just fell apart early and ended up in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, Kira and Sol are in a 21-minute game 3. That series is 1-1. As we'll be hopping over to Korea because the winner will play against Hero. I guess I can bring this on stream for you guys. This is on Steadfast stream, so I will not have sound for a moment, but let's show you where this game is at. It's 21 minutes in. It looks good for Q, just glancing at the supply. Unless there's a significant tech difference in this game. This looks like it's going to be a fascinating game. There's no natural for Q. Solo's got 2 bases missing between his top left base and the next base on the map. There's a few Broodlords and a couple Ultras against Byon and a couple of tanks. I don't think that makes up for the 20, almost 30 army supply difference in the game. Marines will fire. A couple of Marines take some shots. Brits is going to come through trying to aim for a siege tank. I mean, this is basically a push from Solo that has to win the game, it looks like. And it's 50 drones, 50 workers each. I mean, Q is built in Thors, which is a much better answer to the Broodlords than what currently exists, right? That's kind of the problem. And Bale Ultra calling about. He's going to see the Infestor coming through. It does feel as though this one, like I say, it feels very good for Cure. I mean, we'll sit here and see if Solo can take a fight, but we obviously are waiting for this match to finish anyway. When this match wraps up, the winner plays Heroes, so it's the only other match going on right now, so we gotta wait for this one to come through. Broodlords, I think, were really the one thing you have here still that had potential, but the problem with Broodlords is that A, they're slow, and B, once a couple of Thors come out, that answer really is just going to be there already. Lings will run through, a couple Marines. Fighting on the top side, obviously there's a big push through the center. Again, just a reminder, we're watching a stream here, guys, who just jumped into the late stages of this game from someone else's point of view. So that's why there's no game sounds, just to keep you guys up to date in case you're just jumping in and wondering what's going on. The Broodlords are firing up there. You can see the couple of Byons getting pushed back. The tanks continue to gather together. In fact, we'll see the Marine Marauder coming through too. It's just going to be unloading down on that bottom left side. Getting set up again. The 3-3 comes in on both sides, so the upgrades are looking reasonable. Solo's actually going to be maxed out. Does the maxed out Zerg army outdo the maxed out Terran army, I guess is the question. The problem is typically Zerg armies will take fights and then have the eco advantage to rebuild and to go again. Right now, that does not necessarily seem like it's going to be the case, right? Couple extra orbitals coming through. The Broodlords are going to take some steps up, and that's exactly what you want the Broodlords to be doing. Get forward, get a shot off, and abducting the Vikings, and we can see the Corruptor's doing well there. The fungal growth comes down to slow down the initial advance. Still a Vikingers, especially again the Thors are going to be an issue, I believe. As we drop another fungal growth down, it's just going to get that straight down as well. Broodlord goes down again. I mean, this is a big fight. This is going to be the moment. Blind Cloud goes down the siege tank. The Thor's trying to micro backwards. The Ling Bane spam coming through is, I think Solo's actually going to win this, no? Wow. Wonder if Cure should have been more aggressive. Because it felt like he had the numbers where Solo could probably do much, and there was Broodlords out, right? I think Ultra's coming through. Depot's going down. Oh, this is rough all of a sudden for Kira, who is going to deny that top base from mining, but Solo still has some mining elsewhere, so he's not fully reliant on that base. It's good still for Kira to be able to step across there to put himself in position. Main Marauder tank, Viking coming about. The Bio going to go for the hatch. It's going to go slipping by. Don't you have a couple Marines that we can jump on the refinery as well? Lings jump into the main base where we're going to be able to get onto the Marauder as well, so we're able to pick that off. Just a nice run by that kind of pulls some units out of the way and then maybe allows the bigger force of Zerg to really swarm into this base. This is the last mining base of Q. Everything else is mined out, so once this falls, it's very much so going to be what you've got left on the map, and it's really not a lot. Obviously, we can re-land the base, but 13 additional SCVs gone. We've got ourselves the, again, Link Corruptor Ultra continue to come about. The SCV is going to transfer around, the Link's going to go running. Orbital Command going to try and get into the front as well. It's just going to try and reposition over there for a little while. Those SCVs coming across too. Why no sound? Because we're watching a stream right now. We're waiting for this game to finish so we can get back into the games. Trust me, guys. After casting StarCraft 2 for the last 15 years, I do notice when the game sounds aren't there. I'm actually terrible at casting when the game sounds aren't there because I realize I rely so much on the game sounds to like pick up on when things are like happening and stuff. But I promise you guys I also notice when the game sounds are missing. But yeah, they are, it's just we're watching this stream. But you can't jump into a game halfway through in StarCraft. As it looks as though Solar is just going to swarm up this position. He's been looking for the final fight for a couple minutes now. And he's going to find the orbital there. He's going to find a lot of the units. I mean, Kira is going to turn tail and run. But GG gets called, and Solar going to make it to the semi-finals. Solar's been playing very well lately. I think that's that should be represented in the seed I gave him, because yeah, here's my 4th seed. Wow, look at the seeding, guys. Not to toot me on trumpet or anything, but I got the top 4 seeds in the top 4. Especially that 4th seed is not as easy to guess. There was actually some upsets in my seed earlier in the tournament, but very cool. Alright. So we are going to be on the Korean server here, and we're going to ready ourselves up for Solar versus Hero. So we're going to get that ZVP rolling and rumbling in just a few moments. So we'll get that started off. If you're enjoying the stream today, don't forget to hit the follow button here on the Twitch. See when we go live in the future with more StarCraft 2 action. And of course, if you're really enjoying, you can support the channel by subscribing and donating and all the usual. Make sure you use your primes. Help us to keep on running StarCraft 2 tournaments if you're enjoying them. If you're on the YouTube, of course, you can also like and subscribe to the YouTube. And don't forget you can, well, yeah, I mean mostly just that on the YouTube. You still memberships and stuff as well if you're interested in it. The other thing I just want to mention quickly is the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Actually, no, let's do the Patreon. We'll do the Patreon shout at the start of the next game. Just make sure the ads are out of the way as well. I'll try and get maximum reach. Maximum reach for the selling out. Beautiful. Alright, we have videos beginning here between Solar and Hero. A fun bracket today. Been some good games. Let's get this up and rolling very shortly into this next one. Do 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 do. Alright, a couple of videos coming through. Frostline, Ultralove, Persephone, Amygdala, Sandworm, and Leylines. Leaves Killer's Mile in there. Whispers of Gold going to be left behind for this ZVP. And El Dorado, so should be those 3 maps. Now just a question of which order they're going to get picked in. That's obviously our next big question, as we're going to get that figured out in the next few moments. Need to do the sellout during the climax of the game for real maximum sellout? Yeah. Alright guys, here we go, Clem! Making the attack to win the championship in Game 5! But before we watch this, I just need to remind you all to use your Twitch Prime. Otherwise, we cannot actually possibly continue to show you guys the games. Like, one person finally Twitch Primes like 3 minutes later. I'm like, thank you so much for Prime, back to the game! It's over, guys, sorry, Clem's your champion! Woo! Yeah. Top tier. Gotta work on my timing, I guess. Yo, W Lock. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you for using your Prime on the channel and supporting the StarCraft 2. We appreciate it as we are. Going to see Killer's Mile. Going to be map number 1 of this best of 3. So Hero picking that to start this series off. Yo, Shenam, thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime as well. Forgot this exists? That's the #1 crime. To not use your Twitch Prime. Killer's Mile, Whispers of Gold, and El Dorado are going to be the maps that we head into here, so we'll get that ready to rumble in just a few moments as we get this ZVP ready to kick off. Do I ever dream about StarCraft? No, actually. I don't think I ever dream of, like, actual in-game StarCraft. Like, I dream of, like, people in StarCraft and, like, you know, at events and stuff. I don't think I've ever had, like, a dream of, like, StarCraft 2 has ever been, like, as the game in my dreams. It's kind of interesting, though. You'd think it would be. SCT version of the Tetris effect? Yeah, no, I find it very interesting because, like, I really think I would have had more StarCraft. I mean, I really can't think of any time that I've ever dreamed of StarCraft. Ever dream about Pokemon? No, I don't dream about Pokemon either. In fact, I don't dream about anything that's not, like, real, I guess. I only dream about, like, real-life situations with real people and stuff, I guess. Huh. Even if those are potentially ridiculous, you know? So wild. Alright, a little bit of discussion about videos and so on. We should be good to hop into this in just a second, guys. Put some lobby links down, get the final couple of people in here. And we should be okay to begin. Am I missing Rex? No, Rex is in here. Oh, I think we've got everyone. Perfect. Alright. Gogo's being called. And we should be good to get into this in just a couple of moments. Again, thank you for a bit of patience as we obviously just wait for videos to come down. Solo versus Hero. Alright, ZVP coming through. I'm just catching up on chat. Alright. Yes, we're gonna head into this Solo vs. Hero ZVP then, guys. Get into this, get this rolling, and get into our second semi-final of the day. The winner of this plays Clem in the finals. Yeah, last few WardiTV Mondays have been won by Clem and Hero. In fact, Clem and Hero have won every single WardiTV Monday since January, which is pretty ridiculous. What's funny is they've only actually played each other in the finals 2 times in those last 10 events. So it's not like they're always the 2 players in the finals, but they keep coming out on top of the finals. What's wild is that MaxPax has not won one of these in such a long time. He's the other kind of the third horseman of the WardiTV Mondays. So the fact he's not won one in a hot second is interesting. Obviously will not be winning today. As in the top right side, our blue Zerg player looking to make a finals appearance is Solar. He takes on the blue Protoss, or even if you're not being colorblind, the red Protoss actually. Sorry, my bad. The red Protoss in the bottom left side is going to be Hero. Alright, game 1 of this best of 3 series, and we get into this matchup right now. Hero, Solar. What is going to happen? What have we expected or seen from Solar lately, I think, is a good starting point. to me, Solo has continued to be a very aggressive circuit. You know, he's continued to be that player that kind of shows up and puts in the pressure, puts in the time, and really gets there with the timing attacks to kind of hit hard and to try and do damage early. And for a while, I was like, oh, Solo's really having a resurgence in these sort of timings and getting some wins with them. But then I realized, oh, it's because he's actually very dangerous still in the later stages of the game as well. And because he's dangerous in those later stages, his opponents can't always just respect, like, just the all-in. And that's really been, for me, Solo's CVP in a nutshell since we've really seen him kind of come back towards the very top of StarCraft tournaments, which has really been the last month or so, I would say. He's really kind of leveled up a little bit from how he was just before that. We're moving back into the main base, nibbling at a couple of those mineral lines. I see the drones getting pushed off. Just early moments. PVZ, by the way, is one of those matchups that does start a little bit more slowly a lot of the time. There's a couple of things coming around. Stargate coming through. Things gather. Queen just going to drop an inject down, so we get that settled in as well. Adept will move into the natural, head toward the main base. Got the Stargate about to finish up. The Adept will shade by. What now? Almost the Adept can pressure a little, and one of the things that Hero definitely does himself in PvZ is to be very good with the Adept and then the Oracle harass. Oftentimes Hero PvZs are not won, but they're heavily adjusted from the first few minutes of the game, simply for the fact that a lot of the time we get there, and we are able to come straight through and, you know, succeed, really. You know, he does damage, he puts himself in a great position, and it just makes it so much more difficult for timings and defenses to be there for the Berserk, you know, as we continue to move through. Oh, the Link's going to step up. The Adept is going to be there. Push those Links back the other way. Spore Crawler, Drones, and Queens coming through. We got the Oracle. We'll just see those Oracle numbers continue to grow a little bit. The Adept's going to try and shade. The Queens and the Lings are going to pull back a little bit. The Oracle will head out to the upper right-hand side of the map. So you've a chamber and a few more drones just coming through. We got a Queen on the way, and we have ourselves the Oracle. Just continue to patrol. Twilight Cancel building as well. Do I have any info on whether there will be any more balance patches with no more ESL Protean? I have absolutely no info at all. I'm not a special person in the StarCraft 2 scene beyond what I do on my stream. So I don't really get told anything. I don't really know any secrets. My personal assumption is that ESL not being there to create balance updates makes not much difference. I feel like ESL were part of it to maybe have like a leadership say, but also to kind of like push timelines on patches because of like tournaments and like making it work there. I don't think there's an impossibility to. I don't think it's like impossible to have balance patches now. Like the rest of the people that were putting the balance patches into play are still there, you know. So, but I also don't know how much of an influence ESL had on it either. So maybe there is more of a gap that's left than what I expect from my point of view, you know. So yeah, I mean, really, TLDR, I don't know. I'm usually an optimist, so. Yo, Grand Adamite, thank you so much for the 500 bits. You're very special. Thank you. Appreciate it. As our Ling's on the counterattack. I thought they maybe could have stuck around, but the Oracles get back there to defend. As I was just saying, kind of in the lead up to this, and we kind of see it happening. Solo loses a bunch of drones to that Oracle and Adept harassment. So in the end, Hero already is able to deal damage, put himself into a good position. This will finish up, and we get a couple of drones caught as the Oracle very narrowly goes down. Going to be super careful of that. Oracle's activating. A few drones going down. The last still building in the main base. A couple of drones still very much so caught in a stasis. Soldiers and Oracles join up again. The blink finishing up. +1 comes through. The extra gates coming about. Zero shows up with the Stalkers. Again, this is the test to see whether still losing those drones is going to put him into trouble right away, or if he's still going to be able to find a good defense. Uh-oh, Ling's actually going to slip around. That hero warp-in was not good enough. Wow. They blink the Stalker back a little too late, but those Lings can cause trouble. You have a couple Lings on the low ground. Some of them go into the main, and that's obviously something Hero has to deal with, while also now trying to micro on the other side, so it gives a little bit of reprieve for Solar defensively. He gets 5 probes, and it's a really nice step back in this. A lot of lost mining time as the probes pulled in to join the fight as well. Roach also continuing to produce the Overlord speed, and the Roach speed coming up as well. 5 Stalkers just building. Adding on the gateway, adding on the probes. Battery also in production. Queen, we got there hitting the Oracles as well. Those 2 attack is going through. The Baneling Nest coming around as well. So again, we get all of that settled here. So you're going to see those few Lings that are going to pop out that stasis is going to get jumped on. Solar's going to fight. Ling Roach Ravager going to be there, pushing the Stalkers back the other way. +2 attack and charge come up. The Temple Archive starts as Hero looks for future tech and future ways to keep on trading in this game. Solar making his own advancements. As +1 missiles comes online, he's also getting the Baneling Nest up, so we'll be able to start introducing Banelings to play. Let's see where we will go. Ling Roach Ravager Force just comes stepping straight through. Stasis is going to catch on a few of those Lings and Roaches right away. The couple Oracles going to fly by. The Queen will hit those Oracles quite nicely. Stalkers back over to the right. We try to get the Ravager, not quite able to. Lose the pylon. Let's give Solo a little bit more pushing power as Hero gets chased away. Storm on the way, but not ready yet. Hey, if Solo just sends it right now, maybe there's some possibility. A couple of Stalkers that get warped in against the Dropper Lord will actually be into some heavy fire. We lost one of them. Most importantly, again, I feel like we're pulling back to give us a chance to push through with everything else. And +1 missiles, Bane speed coming up. We got the rest of the Ling Bane coming through the storm. About to finish. Ling Roach Ravager coming in. 1 Ling getting caught. I mean, Solo's only on 67 workers, so he really is looking to have success here very soon, as these Banes with speed would have done so much more. Because Hero's response was fairly slow. Now, Bane's speed is about to finish, +1 missiles is finished as well. And it does feel like if Solo's going to have an opportunity here, then this is very much so it in these next couple of moments. First Val's coming down again, and we have a step over as the Ling Roach Ravager will continue to chase down. Storm comes onto some of that Roach Ravager. The Stalker's still taking hits. And Templar drops another Storm down. The Ravager's taking shots once again. Solar pulls back. A Ravager gets cancelled. The Ling's still stepping through. Corrosive Vials dropping down. And we have a couple more Storms. The Storms have been so good, and this time we just eat the Storms as Solar's army gets absolutely shredded. Hard to imagine he has the firepower after that to kind of follow through, but he's got a few more Links showing up, and that does create a buffer for this Roach Ravager that remains. Yeah, with the blink, obviously these Stalkers are difficult to get rid of, and that does make life so much more difficult. As Hero blinks forward and continues to chase this down, is looking very good. I think we're going to have ourselves GG from Solo, so Hero going to take the opening game of this semi-final matchup. So Hero will go up by 1, and Solar will be having to fight his way from behind in this series. So Solar looking to bring it back. Get that going. It's game 2. In just a sec, we'll get this hosted. There'll be Whispers of Gold for our second map. So yeah, heading into this in just a second, guys. The game's rolling here on the WardiTV Mondays. And our second semi-final again. The winner of this plays Clem in the finals. Coming up shortly after. That's where we stand right now. Alright, 3, 2, 1. I get into Whispers of Gold. So we'll start that off and get this going. Let's dive into second game. Alright, so down a map in the top left-hand side will be the blue Zerg player. This is Solar, representing Falcons, of course, as he takes on the red Protoss in the bottom right. Got Hero. Well, got a little scary. I think a lot of what Solar did was, had some danger to it, but the bigger fights, at the end of the day, what came down to was that Hero had the tech necessary to take some of those bigger fights and to really run with them. And he did so very convincingly. So yeah, very nicely done. I wonder if so. I mean, I have hope for Solar, because I think, again, a lot of the little things he did in this last game were actually very cool as well. Drone chasing the probe. In a couple of moments, going to be heading across as the hatch gas and the pool all continue to come on down. So we just get all of this settled for a little bit. And yeah, next is coming online. Spawning pool coming up. Add a couple of drones on in there. Get that all rolling for the moment. Once the hatchery goes down the third base, because the probe gets the block off as well. Something we see a lot of the time. Probe and drone will nibble each other up as they reach the middle of the map there, and of course a little bit back and forth, never hurt nobody. As you have the Cybercore and Nexus coming through on the natural expansion as well, so both those structures come in. And like I say, PvZ just takes a few moments to set up. What we will see with the Cybercore done, though, is what Hero wants to do tech-wise. He's going to go into a Stargate. Obviously, we could see very similar to what we saw last time, just Oracle Adept, open with that, move into the Blink Stalkers after. That is one of the most common ways to play this matchup out. The other very common way off a Stargate is to add a faster Twilight Council. And if you go into a faster Twilight Council, what you can do from there is obviously add on like Resonating Glaives, and hit a very aggressive glaive timing, where you can play that kind of glaved adept with the oracles and so, and just really see success very quickly and early in the game. So definitely feels like a possibility as well. And it is something the Hero has done to mix it up. And on Whispers of Gold, it's been quite a popular choice in the past too. So I'll keep our excitement and possibilities going. That I think there is a chance that we see some Starglaives is what I like to call it. The Stargate into Glaives. I just think it's very cool to see. Step coming over. I'm just going to be seeing the drone going to build up a spore. And the Adept gets shaded back as again, so one of the things right from the start. Just try and do your absolute best in terms of denying your opponent from being able to deal too much damage. This thing's going to go for the wraparound on those Adepts, actually, and the Oracle just flying by, needs to pull back and help. So get rid of one Adept early. The Adepts now shade into the mineral line. There's one drone going down. The Queens are here. The Queens busy themselves on the Adepts, though, then they're not busying themselves with the Oracle. I actually think it would be nice to get rid of the Adepts a little sooner, because that really would have dealt the damage. I guess, though, if you're hitting the Adepts, the Oracle can activate. Things across the map, though, going to get a couple of probes, so we undo some of the damage taken. And that is going to be a much better scenario for Solar than the last game. Obviously, last game he killed 6 workers. Or he lost 6 workers initially. Oracle coming through, next drone's coming about. Back down, so we'll drop into position. The Adept shade, the Pro Ling will go down as well. Oracle's gonna activate again. A couple drones could go down here. As we actually do get a dive for the Queens. We get 1 Queen killed. Now these Adepts still chasing after drones. The question is, how much do you lose as hero? Because we did lose 1 Oracle, so this was not free. So 1 Oracle, 4 Adepts for 10 drones, 18 things. It's still good damage. It's hard not to justify kind of trading out for drones at this stage of the game. You are hurting that Zerg economy and slowing Solar down from where he wants to be. But typically a success. I mean, the Oracles are going to be back home now. Not a lot of energy, but an energy overcharge probably available to give one of them a bit of energy if necessary. And the Adepts and the Oracles gather together. Just going to be seeing the drones, the lag continuing up. A couple extractors added on. Plus 1 blink coming through. Gates and that probes continue to build. Plus 1 blink will give us the next wave of this from Hero. Is the Adepts take a couple of moments, they get rid of a couple creep teamers, the Zerglings come chasing along, and the Adepts just have to shade away from there immediately. The Queens will regather, Oracle's taking shots. Sling is going to get rid of even more Adepts. Again, it's nice getting rid of the Adepts, but we have taken, like I say, damage throughout this. And plus 1 and blink come through, a couple Stalkers coming about, add some gateways in. Have a Hydra Den coming up at the Hatcheon as well. See the Oracle getting pushed around, just going to be seeing the Stasis Ward attempt. Actually catches 3 drones, we just didn't quite pull those away fast enough, so this is going to be Solar once again, just taking a little bit of extra damage. And now we're going to see that plus 1 and blink finishing. It's a very different route from Solar as he goes into the Hydra, so he's going to have a bit of a stronger group of armies. As the Hydras get rid of the Stasis and get rid of an Oracle. Oh, they push the Oracle back, and the Hydra count is growing very quickly. Now, Hydras against Stalkers have an interesting dynamic because with enough numbers, Hydras will shred Stalkers. But with not enough Hydras, the Hydras kind of get shot down and they don't make much progress because the Stalkers just keep on blinking back. Stalkers will step through. Hydra's just going to hit the Stalkers. We push that back down a little bit. Stasis catches a couple of those drones. Again, the +2 attack and the charge coming in. The Templar Archives halfway done. And Ling Hydra just building on through. The Muscle Augments coming up. Lings get over to that left-hand side, and Solar is not building drones, so he's going to send this on the Ling Hydra. This is one of the kind of build we've seen Solar have a lot of success with, and Hero is making a huge defensive setup Hey, I would actually wonder though, like, what if Solar didn't attack the third? What if Solar just swings to the natural? Now, it's a little bit longer of a way to get there for him, but can you imagine you just swing to the natural right now and like all that stack defense completely wasted? Storm is on the way, and that's obviously a major moment in this game. You get to Storm, and a lot of this Ling Hydra army is going to see much tougher times ahead. I just step by, the couple of Lings are going to be there. Adept is going to go shading out up to the top side of the map as well. It's going to get straight over. Making its way around for the moment. Again, Hydra's going to take a second to knock down some rocks. And yeah, just going to be seeing the Adept getting rid of a creep teamer. And the Ling Hydra able to come in and chase those Adepts down too. All the status sword's still dropping. And we'll see our Hydras continue to give chase. Look at Denali finishing. Hive continuing up. The Lings are going to move through into the natural. And toward the main base as well. Go straight after a few of those probes as the Hydras actually get rid of 2 oracles. There's going to be a nice couple of storms coming down. The Hydra's taking damage again, having to keep stepping back. A couple of zealots going down. And what are we going to do here? One more storm. The Hydras have dodged the storms well so far. Sitting in this concave. Hero attacking, losing probes across the map as Zerglings have moved on through. Good defense from Solar, as he has made his way to 80 workers, now on his way to Hive. And Lurker Den completed, so his first Lurker's coming into play, and not really much to deal with Lurkers at this point in time as hero. Stalkers definitely don't do well against Lurkers. Storms are fine as they kind of soften up, but usually you still need a follow-up to those storms. So we're going to try and blink up here now. Much more aggressive play from hero, but those Lurkers are going to finish. They should just burrow. As they step forward, it's kind of funny, they just ran back only to step forward again. And as we blink backwards here, the Hydras take a chance to just get rid of some of the Archons. New Storms, again available in a second. His hero's supply is still not exactly amazing. He's got great upgrades though. +2 attack to 0-0. Soon it's going to turn into +1 missiles of Solar, but Hero will be not far behind on getting to +3 to maintain that +2 weapon upgrade. Advantage in the game. Storm's coming down again, and now Solar's supply does seem to be plummeting just a little further. That first wave of Lurkers is not having as much of an impact as Solar maybe needs it to. And obviously without their upgrades, they don't have the range, they don't have the repositioning speed that you might be looking for with those. Obviously, if that was there, that would make this a whole lot easier as we lose a few more drones, and Solar is still going to hang on in there. But like I say, not having the easiest of times just yet. And Hydra gets a kill. Stalker Archon steps away. So Archon will get rid of the hatchery. Hydra's going to come across as well. Another group of Warpins coming straight on by. That's going through. A couple things getting jumped on. Seismic Spines will finish in a few moments, so we'll get that Seismic completed. As again, the Zeld Archon moves around to the right. +2 missiles coming up. And again, we get some more upgrades continuing in. A Stasis Ward or 2 dropping down once more. Single Zergling or 2 just going to get caught in those Stasis Wards. Another nice catch. And the Lurkers are going to be in a good position again, ready to play a bit of defense. We'll get rid of that Overseer. And again, just having our Lurkers burrowing up. Solar is definitely getting into a much better army comp and having a better time, but Hero's been progressing his army too. The Tempests are on the way out. The Mothership is coming in as well. Those are obviously both units which are going to be, tech-heavy units that are, going to go a long way in this. That Storm hitting a lot of those Lurkers. The Hydra's taking damage as well. And we are going to be seeing the step through once more, and a couple of Lurkers continue to whack away. Solar is really just brute forcing his way forward. No, I mean, these Lurkers obviously will be able to come back the other way. Man, how often have we seen the Hydra Lunge get rid of Tempest lately? It's crazy. We saw a lot of that the other day with Lambo as well, playing against Showtime in the Boomer Bash semifinals. or quarterfinals. As there's the mothership popping out. Is there enough of an answer to that? I'm not sure. The Zealot Archon at the other side is doing great as well. And Solo doesn't have really a good defense back on the other side, so unfortunately that is a bit of a problem as Lurkers continue to go. The Overseer popping out, the mothership still retreating. Continue to go back and forth. Those Lurkers really are having a great time against these Zealots, man. They are whacking. But it still feels as though we're maybe... I mean, the thing is, Solo has more army supply, but he's got way less economy, so he's got to keep going right now. He cannot afford to pull back, and I think that's the issue. Like, Heroes just mining so much more, it's going to be tough to... It's only like a 20 army supply lead, so... Again, another storm. Behind you take damage. A couple Archons going to get hit. Like, they're still trying to step through. GG's. Hero's going to win out as he just has the tech there, and Solar cannot hold on, especially after taking damage at home. He was very committed to this attack and just needed to keep on going. And, unfortunately, Solar did not have what he needed to fight there in the end. Hero gets the 2-0 in this PvZ. Again, just moments where it definitely felt as though there was opportunities for Solar. He felt like he had chances, but just wasn't enough in the end. GG's. Yo, thank you, Basika, for the 32-month resub on the Prime. Why no obs? I didn't see in the game, but maybe just busy with the robo elsewhere. You have the Oracles, so you don't need the obs as much as well. Something along those lines, I would guess. So we're going to hop on over to the NA server then, guys, because we have found ourselves in the finals of WardiTV Mondays, edition 13. Don't think he had a robo. Yeah, it's possible too. I didn't actually notice it well enough to say that myself, but if he just went like Twilight Forge off the Stargate, then maybe he never went robo. Twilight Forge into Storm, yeah, maybe he just never had a robo. Which is fine. If you keep the Oracles alive, you have that ability to have detection, right? So then it's kind of okay. Yo, Nanny, EL, thank you so much for the 10-month resub. Also on the Prime, love and support. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. If you guys enjoying the stream, you've got a Prime sub available. Drop it on the channel. Helps us to keep on casting StarCraft 2. Helps us to keep on running tournaments and putting money into the pockets of StarCraft 2 players and trying to keep StarCraft 2 ticking along here in the year of 2025. The official code of SA2 is the friends we made along the way, yeah? Nice. Lovely. That's a very, very wholesome statement. I don't know how you make friends in StarCraft 2. I just flame everybody when they beat me with their... Well, it doesn't really matter if they beat me macro or if they beat me in with the cheese. It doesn't really matter. We just flame them anyway, you know. All right. It's Clem and his Hero in the finals. Like I say, it's funny because these two have won the last 10 WardiTV Monday events. Clem's won 7 and Hero's won 3 of those. And yet they've only played in the finals in 2 of those last 10 events. So interesting stuff. They last played in the 25th edition finals, and they also played in edition 22. It's actually 1, 2, 3, 4... Only the 5th time they've ever played in the finals, which, considering Clem, MaxPax, and Hero total for like 26 of the 30 cups winners, that's pretty crazy, right? Like, again, this is the crazy part about Hero, MaxPax, and Clem in this tournament series. I mean, Hero's won 4 of these events, but he's won 2 of the last 4 and 3 of the last 6. So before then, this was just the Clem and MaxPax show. Considering Byon and Shin won the first 2 as well, like Clem, MaxPax, and then now Hero really just being competitive over this tournament series again and again and again. Pretty wild. Amygdala again hosted up for map number 1 of this best of 5 finals. So again, it's best of 5 in our finals here. As your mind explosion. Thank you so much for the 1 bit. Take your penny. Thankfully. Is this like being like a water fountain where people, like, you know, they flip their pennies in and they make a wish? Yeah, I reckon those things probably make mad cash. If we convince everyone to just give us a penny every time they tune in to make a wish, probably be rolling in it. We'd be rolling in the money. More so than you think. I don't know. I think we're just waiting for a couple more people to join the lobby, maybe. Actually, I've not been keeping track of how many casts we've had today. Hero is saying ready, though, and if Clem ready's up as well, should be good to go into this TVP. Get that started. Yo, Ghostface, thank you so much for the 1 bit as well. Penny by penny, we're making StarCraft 2 a better place. Whoa, mind explosion. You can't just put another penny in the pond. You can't just put 2 pennies in the pond. What the hell? That's not how this works. I'll just get 2 wishes. Oh, yeah. A cafe, thank you so much for the 15-month resub on the Prime. As we get ready for our grand finals of this WardiTV Mondays. Now, again, guys, it's not going to be our last match of the stream today, because we are also going to be going into another event later on. There's a Monday Night Weekly that we don't usually cast. It's with Steadfast and Roddy and people, but I asked if we could cast it this week because we have front page time on Twitch. Make the most of it. And yeah, we'll do the double stream Reno today. So yes, we have plenty more StarCraft 2 coming, but for now, let's enjoy this best of 5 grand final. In the bottom left-hand corner, we are going to see the blue Terran player repping Team Liquid. We have Clem. In the top right side, our red Protoss player is Hero. Grand final, best of 5. Clem and Hero, it's an interesting tale because they really have become much more competitive against one another. In the sense of, I feel like Clem definitely had Hero's number for a good portion of the last few months, but Hero has stepped up. The last 2-3 months, Hero has been a completely different player. Like, he's just been that much better again. He's been awesome to watch. It's been really fun. As yo, Vermin911, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thanks for using your Prime on the channel also. Thank you so much for supporting. Like I say, I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, thank you. Alright, probably moving about. The Cybercore setting up. The orbital command coming through. And we just got our SCV patrolling around as the Nexus comes about. So Nexus Cybercore simulator. Setting up for the moment. Oh, taking a breather, as the first moments will be peaceful, but I do expect that this is going to be a pretty hectic series. We had some great games today. It was a great lineup of players, and yeah, excited to see this as our factory sets up to drop down. An add-on, maybe, or we build a unit. We wait and see Star coming through. Yeah, great lineup of players today. It's been some great games. Hoping for a great final. Like I say, these two have definitely been getting more and more competitive against each other. Hero stepping it up and kind of matching Clem a little bit more. Hell yeah. Gateway drops. And again, the Twilight Council is building. The Widowmine is going to be the choice off that factory in the end. And the Oracle just hallucinating through into the main base. Depot goes down. Starport about to finish instantly into the medevac. Obviously, this hallucination is going to give you all the info you want from this main base right now. And Widowmine coming about, just going to be seen at Blink, and the Warp Gate coming online too. Medevac and Marines in production. And that Widowmine of Clem heads out through the bottom side of the map over to the far right. Widowmine just going to wander across. Again, the racks and the SCVs coming over. And Marine coming through. The Stalker going to hit the Widowmine a couple of times. Stalker's in the center coming about, and that Widow Mine will get the probes. That's going to be a nice grab. The Stalker will get there, and that Widow Mine will go down. So, nice shutdown there, but we've got the drop in the main base. Hero being much better at defending this. I mean, obviously we watched the... this might have been an overbuild on the probes. Hallucinations. Well, we're going to save the Widow Mine. Obviously, we watched Clem against MaxPax, and MaxPax really struggled. He took so much damage to these drops earlier. Hero's going to lose a pylon, which actually does supply block him, unfortunately, but otherwise, he's not let this hit the mineral lines. He's not losing probes, and that sets us up for hopefully a much more competitive PvT than what we saw with Clem MaxPax early on, because Clem really did just get in and do too much against MaxPax too early. Earlier, and did not really allow for the better series to come about in the end. Green step about. I'm just going to gather in the natural hallucination coming over as well. Again, the Marine's going to step about. Factory going to go landing. And we do have 2 more barracks coming in as well. And +1 charge both coming up. We get the gateway coming about. Add some probes on. Stimpack and +1 coming through from Clem's side of things. We do have the Raven up the right-hand side, getting past the third base and in toward the natural here. As we get ready to drop that order turret straight into play. A couple of probes already taking damage. So that's where Clem will start to finally get some work kills, but that's kind of about it for the moment, as Hero has continued on from the blink to the charge. Has a few stalkers across the map, but is not yet doing much with them. And then the Stalker's just going to sit and chill, as the +1 in the charge will be a big point at which maybe Hero can get aggressive. Stalker Zealot, powerful army comp. You can get a bit aggressive on the map maybe if you need to be. Meanwhile, you have the Immortal production just to buffer that army a little, and then the Robo Bay, the most important thing, coming behind. Again, the +1 in charge, both coming through. The combat shield and the +1 coming up as well from Clem. Concussive shell's halfway done, as Clem's army is looking kind of scary. We definitely need a Colossus if we defend this force coming across the other side. Thanks to Siege, the Marine Marauder is going to be there. A couple Stalkers going to get hit. The Zealots are going to come down the bottom side. We charge straight through. Actually, a nice group of Zealots, and we'll do okay. They get a couple of kills, then just going to pull back over to the other side. As the Bio will continue to chase, so Zealots getting chased down. Again, Vikings Marauders setting up, the armor upgrade coming through as well. Again, another scan coming down. Trying to fight, the Marine Marauder coming back through again. Feels like you're losing a lot of units. That's the sort of fight which I don't love, right? Stalkers getting involved with Bioforces always feels pretty rough. One turret will get picked off there. The Stalkers go back the other way. Rose is going to move around again. The Ghost Academy setting up as well. Just having ourselves the units gathering up. Again, a few more Zealots gathering in. Got the third base already set from Clem, and just covering the 4 bases. So Clem gets his own 4th base starting. One of the things that Hero's had a lot of success with in this matchup, one of the ways he's seen a lot of the bonuses from, is that basically he's been so good at kind of mass expanding. So a lot of the time, Hero will just get into a good position, get a good army out. These first Colossus give you some map control. Talked about that earlier in the competition today. And from there, he just is so good at just keeping on the expansion button. And all of a sudden, you're like, you've been talking about him kind of being on the map and like trading with Clem a little bit, and then you're like, man, he owns this map, and Clem's not been on the map to do anything about it. So I think that's one thing to look at here. Marines and the medevac come back over. The Stalkers step down on the left side, chasing those Marines around. Knock those rocks down, and again the army continue to gather up in the center. Next is finishing momentarily. Still got the ship weapons coming up, 2-2 upgrades. You're going to see a lot of the Terran just clumped up. The Stalkers blink to try and initiate this fight. Here the Colossus that the Vikings finally get a chance to fly forward from. We actually have a good amount of Vikings, but the Stalkers get a good bit of defense going. They actually push those Vikings back immediately. Nice little lift up. Colossus goes down. I feel like we still did quite a bit with those Colossus initially, though. Pull back over the other side as, yo, Rolling Boy, thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting as we do step away from all of this. The Stalkers heading back down to the bottom. We've got ourselves a couple of Disruptors coming up. 2-2 upgrades on the way out as well. Get rid of the Nexus. Pylon battery all going down. We're going to try and dive onto this position as well. Cannon gets picked off. The Medevac's load up again. The Stalker's going to go and pick off the sensor tower. The rest of this army continue to move over. Again, the 2-2 upgrades will finish up shortly. The ship weapon's about to be done. And the auto turret's just dropping down, able to get rid of a bunch more probes as well. It's going to be 7 workers. So, man, that Raven coming back into play. It's been inactive for a while. 7 of its 8 kills just came in right there. So, that Raven finally finding some success after just being, again, super patient. That's going to charge through again. The EMP looking to come through. The Colossus adds a lot to this. The Disruptors can start pushing this Terran army back a little. Clip some of the Marauders. Stalkers continue to try and zone out the Vikings, but Clem's got to drop to the 12 o'clock. Hero doesn't have an answer there, but he's got 5 bases without the 12 o'clock, so it's still okay. And as he wants to really seemingly push in towards this 4th position. Stalkers blink off to the side, give a bit of space for the Zealots to get through. We've got a lot of Immortals. They're going to right-click the Planetary, and we will get rid of the 4th base of Clem. His Hero knocks that down. Unfortunately, the top side, his Zealot defense is going to get caught and surrounded. Well, not surrounded, caught in a choke point and not finding the surround itself, I should say. It's going to be denied. But Hero's succeeding on this other side. Those Immortals are packing punches right now. The Marauders, the Vikings on the ground are not doing a lot. We're going to kill the Orbital on the 3rd base, and suddenly Hero has Clem in a pretty much all in position. Like, Clem has no command centers. He's building what will now be a replacement 3rd. While Hero still sits on 5 bases. Now, this base on the top side is going to force Hero to recall to defend it. And we are going to blink through. He gets one of the full medevacs that lifted up units to try and save them and get away. What a play from Hero. Clem just did not have an answer to this army. Those Immortals were absolutely chunking through anything and everything they came across. They were not stopping for anybody. Crazy. As the CC will finish up in the front, and the army of Clem continues to go across to the far right-hand side. +2 ship weapons, +3 attack upgrade. Marine Marauders still coming out. Our Stalkers are going to get hit once again. Silent Immortal Disruptor coming through. A couple of EMPs go down, so those Disruptors taking shots. We'll have the Medevacs loading up and backing away from the Stalkers. The Disruptor just going between the units here. We dive forward once more. Both those Disruptors going to go down. Oh, Hero having trouble right now. He needs to show up and defend this army. There's the Immortals finally showing up. Apparently that's going to be good enough to get Clem to get out of here, because remember, Clem basically is mining behind this 3rd base, not in position still, as it just got refinished. And he's going to get out, so that is going to be Hero taking game number 1 of this best of 5, and again, just having a lot of expansions once again coming in key here for Hero in this series. So already. Just something to kind of keep our eyes on, I think, as we go through these games. Like, that rate of expansion from the Protoss and the PvT is pretty heckin' crazy. Was this the No GG series? Well, I don't know what it is because it's live right now. Might be. Might be. Clem has not GG'd a whole lot lately, has he, when he's lost? So, he usually says, like, well played at the end of a series or so. The GG each game. Been a little bit absent lately. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Terran player who's down a game, opening up this grand final of the 30th edition of WardiTV Mondays. We've got Team Liquid's Clem. Battling against the red Protoss player in the top right corner of the map, we have Hero. Alright, game number 2, as we set up to Ultra Love. Will Clem bring it back? Will Hero take a big lead? We got that Nexus coming through the Cybercore as well. Continue to get set. People from the factory continue to come around as we just continue to settle here on Ultra Love. Reaper just steps in, obviously looking to try and do some scouting. The Stalker is there immediately to just push our Reaper back on the other way. As they have the Nexus about to finish up on that natural. So the Nexus will complete the starport and the command center, building on through. Wait to see what Clem's little initial setup is going to be. Reaper steps over, the Stalker steps through. Twilight Council and the probes continue to come about. The Hop Spy Grenade is not going to push that Reaper across today. Reaper gets stuck as the hallucination continues to move about. And Medevac continues by, the couple Marines coming over. The Marines will step there, the SCV underneath. The command center will finish and morph into an orbital. As a couple Marines and a Medevac will get going. Stalker will chase the Reaper. Stalker just going to fight Marines unloading, so we're seeing Clem really opening with this multiple times today. The one Widow Mine plus the Marines in that Medevac looking to harass. This time he's following up with the Cloaked Banshees, but that will be seen. The hallucination in the main gives you the info, sees the researching tech lab as that is bad. That's not just bad, that's very bad, and Clem just gets the heck out of this game as he's losing the Medevac, gets it caught, and does not stick around at all, so 2-0 lead for Hero just like that, as Hero gets off to a crazy good start. Very effective. Eldorado map 3, as we'll just go straight through. So, get into our third game. Yeah, we know what it is. We had such great games all day. It's quite typical we have great games all day and then the finals just flops a little bit, so let's see. We'll see if Clem can fight back. It's not guaranteed it's going to 3-0 or anything. I believe. Shake off that last one, get into this game 3, and away we go. See if Clem can pull it back as he's down 0-2. As Hero is looking to win. Would this be back-to-back for Hero? As he won last week against Showtime. This would be the first time Hero would ever win back-to-back. Kind of interesting. Alright, let's hop in. In the bottom left-hand side. Down 0-2, I'm going to have to try and power up a little bit right here. This is going to be our blue Terran player from Team Liquid. We have got Clem taking on the red Protoss in the bottom right side of the map. With that 2-0 lead, it's Hero. Alright, so game 3 right here. We look to see what the plan will be. Eldorado. Does Clem go for a similar build? Does he switch it up now after he has a little bit of a failing there, unfortunately? And Factory and the Orbital Command continue coming through. That Cybercore of Hero coming online. It's about halfway done at the moment. We've got the Zealot coming over. Again, the Factory building in the main base. The Reactor coming. The Orbital Command coming. Is this the finals? Yes, this is the finals today of the WardiTV Mondays. Say Hero map away from getting his first back-to-back WardiTV Mondays win. Cool to see. Cool to see. Adept Chrono boosting along. Just going to be seeing that probe getting back to the natural for a couple of moments. Stargate is finishing shortly. Again, the Starport, the Helene, and the Marines continue to produce. So we bring that back over. And a couple of Marines is going to be there. Zalt taking damage. CC goes down on the low ground. And we will see our Starport about to finish up. So, got a moment here to see what will the plan be. Is the Adept and the Zell back it away? Obviously, the Helene helps a lot against these units initially, being able to push them back. And also having the speed to give chase. So we're going to get rid of an Adept here. And then the Zealot will take damage too. I'm not sure if the Zealot goes down before it gets reinforced by anything. But I think it will. Because, well, there's nothing really nearby. But I guess the Zealot's also quite tanky, so it takes a few more shots. Oracle heads into the main. The medevac going to load up a few more units. This Oracle going to start activating for some SCVs, so some damage will be done. 4 SCVs, 5 SCVs going down, so that Oracle is having a wild time already. 6 workers, the Marines continue through. Now, obviously, Clem is going to have aggression across the map, but 8 SCVs going down is really... is really not great. However, like I say, there's damage for him to be done here. He's going to get at least 5 probes. All 5 of these should go down. Maybe that one just gets away. No, so 5 probes go down. Viking Pops are actually going to kill the Oracle as well, so Hero is going to lose his way of dealing damage across the map, while Clem still has his ear. Widowmine reburrows. I'm just going to go off on a couple of probes, and that's now 7 probes killed from Clem. Tries to target fire down an Oracle. He will lift, he will get out. Widowmine and 5 Marines stay alive. 7 probes killed, and Clem makes up for all of the damage that Oracle did in his main base. And maybe even more still, because he comes right back through. He's going to continue to fight. The Oracle's going to activate one more time. Can we get that Oracle? Yes, we can. So second Oracle goes down. We can go back and forth. The Viking still flaring. The Phoenix taking shots. We will see this Viking going down, but I feel like Clem's fairly okay with where this has gone to, right? I mean, you got rid of 2 Oracles in this game. Another Viking popping. Phoenix continued to be made from Hero at the moment. Phoenix will chase. The medevac going to get hunted. A couple more Marines popping out. The Cyclone and Marines still coming through. As we are going to see those Adepts coming forward here. This is going to be 2 Phoenix dead. However, the Adepts are going to be slightly problematic, as we will be able to save the Cyclone with the medevac. So that's a save. Raise the depots. What a chaotic game early on, as we save some SCVs in the medevac as well. Like I say, we got rid of the Phoenix. That's good, because it means the medevac can stick around for a little bit. The SCVs can repair that Cyclone, and we should be able to start doing some work here. I didn't realize, but we actually have some Marines stuck on that low ground. The Adepts are now allowed in. The Cyclone pulls away a little further. Now 2 more Adepts locked onto. Means they will go down. Try and target down as much as possible, as we are going to get rid of those Adepts. So they will fall. And this entire range of aggression seems to come to a close. The Oracle is seen by the medevac, but shouldn't go down. It has enough shield and the speed to get away as well for now. Oh, God, what a wild game. One absolutely wild game is... Ooh, we actually lose the medevac there, so... This is still wild, it's still busy and hectic, and these two trade out like crazy early on. Resources lost is going to be a little bit favorable to Clem, by about 300 minerals, resources or so. I don't know if Clem really needs to be still out on the map at the moment. I think it might be time for him to start turning back around, heading back to the other side. Adepts try to shade on through, but will not really make it. The Nexus is going down. We have the Oracle activating the main base, and a couple of SCVs begin to get hit. It's been chaotic enough that even now this Oracle play is still finding something. We're going to lose another Phoenix from Hero, which feels fairly reckless there. Phoenix is the kind of thing you want to, keep alive the whole way through, so missing out on that is a shame. The Cyclones get lifted again. The Stalkers will get rid of 1 Cyclone. They will get rid of a second. But we have got a tank and Marines. The SCV repair is good to keep the Cyclone alive. Oh, I love it. He's going to have the lock-on to kill a Stalker on the tail end, too. We lose 7 more SCVs, and Clem is down 12 workers. I guess that's scary, because he doesn't really have an army supply right now that says he should be able to succeed in attacking across the map, unless the fact that he's just got Cyclone... I mean, I don't think 2 Vikings are Cyclone are that scary either. Clem's going to settle a tank into the middle of the map. And I think, yeah, just pull back home, get some upgrades going, try and rebuild some SCVs, and let's just try and get to the next step of this game, because this has been a pretty hectic third map so far. I think getting to Stimmenso might just be essential now for Clem. Hero's trying to get to charge. This has been an absolutely chaotic affair, as most Phoenix will dive through. Phoenix so annoying. They've got that speed to kind of stay away. We're actually going to drop the recall, because he clearly realizes he's in trouble. Does not lose a Phoenix there. Good call to recall. I actually think he would have been in a lot of trouble if he didn't. Maybe. Definitely loses 1 Phoenix, I think. Might have lost 2, because he would have got cut off on the corner on the escape plan. Maybe there's a route he wouldn't have taken all the damage, but yeah. Probe still moving through the top, hallucination stepping about, Stimpack, combat shield, and +1 building from Clem, so all of that continues through. Stim, combat, and +1 obviously gives Clem so much more power in his army. But that charge gives you a lot of power as Hero, and Hero is moving onto the map. Clem needs to be careful, because he's moving out into this as well. If he's not cautious, he could put himself in a lot of trouble very quickly. He does see that Hero is here. We're going to start fighting. He activates the stim. Here come the SCVs. Oh my goodness. Trying to target down some of those Phoenix Zealots are melting, but now Hero knows Clem's coming in with the SCVs as well. +1 has just finished. Couple probes go down, the Zealot goes down as well. The Phoenix is looking to counterattack, and I mean, they're going to be great at picking off reinforcements. As they do drop a bunker, obviously. I mean, we just recalled recently, no? Is that still on cooldown? Let me try and have a quick peek. Yeah, it's still on cooldown for a few more moments. The Phoenix is out to fly back. That gives Clem time to deal damage here already. As we do see the Zealots charging through. The SCV is doing a good job of kind of absorbing a lot of those Zealot shots initially, and now this is the difference, right? If you can make it so that there's not enough Zealots overall, that is huge. The Biokite's behind the siege tank. Let that do some of the tanking. Is it enough? Clem has a little bit of an army supply lead, but maybe not enough to keep on going. The bunker is big, but he needs to do damage, man. Like, Hero's on a third base. Clem has to keep on going. He's down 30 workers, and I just don't think he has enough. Marines in the middle of the map going to fight a couple of Zealots as well. Those reinforcements seem like they might get there, but now Stalkers are going to show up. And Clem's army is not, I think, good enough to really fight against this at all. That Cyclone pulls back. He's going to fall to this bunker. This just does not look like enough at all. Clem trailing units across the map. Doesn't look as though it'll get it done. As the Phoenix lift up the Cyclone, we'll get rid of one Phoenix. We're going to actually target down the second. I mean, remember those Stalkers are not with Blink, so they're not as good as usual. We're going to stim 4, try and grab a couple of them. The Zealot warp in. I mean, we just have 48 workers. Hero has so much money. It's going to be more than enough money. And so he can keep warping in, he can keep on being aggressive and keep on fighting this, and eventually overwhelms this army of Clem. This was an absolutely ridiculous game. Like, this game was just absolutely bonkers. Definitely not your normal TVP in any way, shape, or form, quite frankly. Like, this was strange in pretty much every possible manner. So, GG's. Hero with the 3-0. And he wins back-to-back WardiTV Mondays. Hero, Clem, you could just take a map or two. Made my life a bit easier now because we have a little bit of a gap between terms. But that's okay. We'll sit and chill for a little bit. As GG's Hero coming out on top. Crazy, crazy stuff. Awesome stuff as well, though. Great to see Hero continue to do well and to win. The 3-0 is a wild result. Obviously, Game 2 was pretty rough for Clem as well. I just can't get over how crazy this third game was. Like, it was just so scrappy and busy and hectic from the very start. Absolutely crazy stuff, so, yeah. Guys, we're not done with StarCraft 2 today. Usually, obviously, right now, this is it. That's it. GG's. Thanks for watching, but not today. The WardiTV... not the WardiTV. I'm going to have to... it's not often we cast non-WardiTV events, but the Monday night weeklies starts up in about... I believe it's in an hour. I'm going to be much more stuck if it's in more than an hour. But I believe that starts up in an hour, and we're going to be covering that today because we've got the Twitch front page, so we may as well stay alive and make use of the front page. So we will have more StarCraft 2 still coming. It's just going to be about 50 minutes until we actually have that, so I don't really have a backup plan. I actually really thought that we were going to be able to kind of make it kind of close in a little bit better. We just had some very fast matches towards the end of the day. The semis and the finals went way faster than the early part of the day. We had some really crazy length games initially, didn't we? Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right. Well, what can we do? What do you guys want to do? You guys want to see some Wardy ladder games for like a little bit? Do a couple Wardy ladder games. Couple Wardy ladder games, and then another tournament coming through. Like a banger game from last week. My problem is I don't have any VODs ready to just play a VOD. I think we're just gonna... I mean, we can do the Wardy Ask Me Anything. You guys can ask anything you fancy about StarCraft right now. Go. See if anyone's online for a show match. Or a show match with me, or a show match against each other to fill an hour. Alright, Twitch chat. We need 2 contenders to play a best of 3 to fill 50 minutes. Who's down? Who's feeling ferocious today? Mana's here. The problem is, when you ask stuff like this, you end up with about 10 Protoss players, and then you have to watch PvP. You know? If I convinced your boss, you can play. Nice. Insane. What was the longest WardiTV Monday game ever? I have no idea. Like, specific... I actually have no idea. I'm such a hater. Yeah, I am. Hate PvP. Think you can make YouTube content out of PvP? Think again. What's up, Kaio? Found your channel a while ago. Loving the SC2 coverage and love. Thought the game was dead, but happy to see it's still going. Just got back to it yourself. Hell yeah. Welcome back to StarCraft. No, it is... It's definitely a different scene if you've not been for a while, but it's very much so alive with some great games and great players. It's very true. What do I think makes Hero so much better than any other TOS? I think Hero has been just very good at kind of, like, his ability to micro and split and be so aggressive, I think, is really benefiting him in this meta. Do you guys not think, like, his ability to, like... I feel like Hero's always been that ferocious player, but right now being kind of aggressive, especially in PvT, is really good right now. Like, being able to be like, hey, I'm super confident in this army when it's, like, not an army I feel like pros players used to be comfortable with. Being aggressive, like, it's doing a lot. I feel like that's helping. So, yeah. Probably some game during point defense drone Hero. Well... We didn't have WardiTV Mondays back then, so... I mean, that's why it's an interesting question. That's why it's an interesting question. That's why it's an interesting question. Alright, you guys want a Wardy ladder game? You guys want to see what, true StarCraft 2 looks like? I'll show you guys StarCraft. This time without a nuke rush. What is a Zerg? I think my Zerg's higher MMR than my Terran, man. It's very depressing. You play a race for like 15 years and it turns out playing the other race is just easier. What can I say? Zerg, I actually find Zerg is actually a very good race for me because it gets rid of all of the things I really suck at. Like with Zerg, you get punished way less for forgetting to like go back and macro sometimes because you could just be like, well, at least I've got like 20 lava, bam, and then you produce everything. It's obviously not always the case, but it's definitely a little bit of something. I've got no idea what modern day TVP builds, TVT builds are, by the way, so this is going to be interesting. Maybe I picked the wrong race? Yeah, probably. But you know why I didn't pick Zerg initially? Is because when I initially started playing, I tried all the races, and I was like, well, this is so, like... I tried Terran, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. I build stuff and, like, you know, whatever. And then I was like, wait, what? With Zerg, you've got to lose a drone to be able to build something? I was like, that's so bad. Like, how can anyone possibly, like, that's going to be terrible. And with Protoss, I was like, you can only build things next to your other buildings? I was like, no, like, these races are dumb. Like, yeah, so then I was a Terran player forever. Regrets? Question mark? Probably a few. I thought we should scout. Terran's the hardest? I don't know if Terran's the hardest, but, you know. I scouted late, so my, I kind of want to see that he's got a barracks here before I put my CC down. I think I scouted too late. Oh no, we're good.
That'll cost more minerals than we have.
Reactor first.
Our SCVs are under fire. Command center has been upgraded. Clear the landing zone first. Energy's too low.
I lost the SCV, whoops. My bad. Some real talent.
We need more benzene. Add-on complete.
No, I lost my Reaper. Oops. I was like, I really need to click my Reaper further. I went to click and it died. Pain. Pain. Yeah, I've got no idea what this build is, so just, you know, pretend you guys don't have eyes would be a good start, probably.
Command center has been upgraded.
I've got no idea what I'm about to build.
Add-on is up and running.
Cyclone, apparently. Seems like a good idea.
We don't have enough minerals. Need more minerals for that. That'll cost more minerals than we have.
Alright guys, just, you know, looking good. Looking good, feeling good. I've got no idea still what my long-term plan is in this game.
We don't have enough. Can't build there.
I think you meant to build a third CC in TVT.
Add-on is up and running.
Oh no, supply box.
We'll need more supply depots for that. Our supply is insufficient. We'll need more supply depots for that.
We could use some help here.
He just has a ring of missile turrets. It's definitely a choice, isn't it?
Additional supply depots required. Our supply is insufficient.
Okay, so he does have some units.
We're hitting our SCVs. That's low.
We could use some help here.
Clear the landing zone first.
Oh, so good. You just leave?
Enemy contact.
Command center has been upgraded.
Oh, he's right there. I think I'm dead. This doesn't seem good. Doesn't seem good at all.
Have to build that over a geyser. Mineral field depleted.
No. Oh, we're playing
That's
a real disaster of a game, guys. Holy. That was a fun moment, wasn't it? All right. Retake the natural. I've lost all my hotkeys for some reason. I just re-hotkeyed everything wrong as well. Oh my god. TVT is confusing. TVT makes me have to stop and think. I don't like it. I'm not experienced enough to figure out how to move out with these units and stuff and do things.
That's gonna require more gas.
Okay, he has like no
We've completely mined out a mineral field.
he has like no economy though, huh?
Not enough Vespine. Add-on complete.
I didn't start
We need
stim?
more Vespine.
I thought I started stim already, not gonna lie.
Nothing left in that. Additional supply.
That was a disaster as well.
Upgrade is
Not gonna
ready
lie.
for you.
Oh my god. I need an armory. Jesus.
We'll need more supply depots for that. Not enough Vespine. Can't build there.
Hmm. Oh, he has like nothing. He might be
That'll
okay.
cost more minerals than we have. We're done with the research.
I don't think he's gonna drop me, but better safe than sorry.
Need more minerals for that. We don't have enough minerals. That'll cost more minerals than we have.
Oh my god, I still didn't start stim. Jesus. What a disaster. How did I still not start stim like twice? Okay, that was maybe one of the worst games of StarCraft 2 I've ever been a part of. That I mean this was embarrassingly bad, I think, on pretty much every level. Ouch. Yeah. Okay. It's fine, I won. Yeah, well, you know, sometimes it's not about winning. Sometimes it's about having a good time, and I did not have a good time playing this game. It's certainly better than your Terran. Ay, ay, ay. It's okay, we're gonna get a Zerg now, and we're gonna get absolutely demolished. That's the secret. A random player. Ugh. No. No, no, no. Random players are illegal, aren't they? He's Zerg. Hey. Should I tell him I'm Protoss?
Need more minerals for that.
such a troll? That's true. When was the last time you guys saw me play
We
SCT?
don't have
It's not
enough
my fault my
minerals.
ladder version of myself has outdated information. You know? Oh, sorry. I'm gonna scout because I've got no idea what I'm doing. You guys want to see the classic Wardy build? The classic WardiTV Z build if he's actually a Zerg?
We need more Vespine. Can't build there. Command center has been upgraded. That'll cost more minerals than we have. Add-on is up and running.
Alright.
Add-on complete. That'll cost more minerals than we have. Need more minerals for that. Command center has been upgraded. Energy's too low. That's gonna require more gas.
Bro. What scandal. I miss hotkey my Reaper. I actually overrode the hotkey with the Marines. It's really not ideal.
Add-on complete. We don't have enough additional supply depots required. We'll need more supply depots for that. Energy's too low.
So it looks like a 2-on-1 and you just go for Hellbats and it's like at my skill level it's very effective. Unless they go roaches, in which case at my skill level it's very ineffective.
More minerals for that.
Oh, he's gonna get the scout. No!
We're done with
This guy's smart. He's scouting. He knows what's up. He's not gonna get foiled by the Wardy plan, I don't think. That's not good at all.
Insufficient.
My macro is terrible.
We'll need more supply depots for that. add-on is up and running. Research complete. Not enough energy.
Got any extra firepower?
The problem with scouting is you need to also respond to what you're scouting to, I guess. It's all well and good seeing that you're playing against the 2-1-1 with Hellbats, but if you don't know you're playing against the 2-1-1 with the Hellbats, then it doesn't work. Pain. I do think I'm a bit lower MMR than I should be, to be fair, guys. I think I'm essentially smurfing right now, if I'm honest. Really good timing. I think it was like a minute late, no? It was at least 30 seconds late, if nothing else. It was at least 30 seconds late, for sure. And now we have to play TVT again. Dirty Woody Boy smurfing? Yeah, it feels like it. I'm smurfing, but I don't know how to do any build orders, you know? So, it balances out, right? Like, they could win by just doing a correct build order. Proxy T-Rex? Who do you think I am? I have the micro to Proxy T-Rex. Jeez.
That'll cost more minerals than we have.
Alright. What did I like about my build from last time? Pretty much nothing. Hated it, in fact. Am I Clem fan?
We'll need more supply depots for that. Can't build there.
Depends if I need Clem to win or not. To make my tournament more interesting. I'm a very selfish caster, really. Everything's about my tournaments and how my things go, you know? It's never about anyone else. Second Clem ruining my tournaments by freaking doing like, you know. It's hard to hate on Clem because actually nowadays, you know, he doesn't play the mirror matchup, so actually Clem really
More Vespine.
is the solver of problems. He never gives us a bad matchup.
Command center has been upgraded.
Was that worth losing all my macro to? Probably not. Sometimes you gotta give up your macro to nearly kill his SCV, you know?
That'll cost more minerals than we
It's a
have.
skill thing. You guys probably won't understand. No offense. StarCraft 2 is such a fascinating game when you play because you're like, man, it only takes 1 second of not doing things extremely correctly, and you can just be like, "Oh, I'm in a terrible position," you know. Can Reapers really not jump up and down here on Amygdala? Wow, it's crazy. Really thought they could. Have not played these maps enough, have I? Jesus.
Add-on complete.
I've just got so many minerals. Oh, I probably should have built a
Can't
depot.
build there.
That would have made sense, wouldn't it? Really don't like TVT. This matchup has way too much thinking in it, you know?
Add-on is up and running. Command center has been upgraded. Our SCVs are under fire.
That's not good.
Add-on complete.
Pull that and even trade. Oh, the fusion core, that's fun.
Can't build there. That's gonna require more.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Energy's not enough Vespine. That's gonna require more gas. Can't build there. We need more Vespine. Add-on is up and running. Energy's too low.
Probably shouldn't be against
Not enough. Our base is under attack. That's going to require more gas. Not enough energy.
it was an opening. I've seen.
We need more Vespine.
It was definitely something.
Not enough Vespine. Energy's too low.
I really don't know what I want to do from here, though.
That's going to require more gas. We
Like,
need
I really
more
don't.
Vespine. Additional supply depots required.
I guess building depots is always a good idea.
Our supply is insufficient.
Probably saw a third base.
Research will need more supply depots for that. Not enough Vespine. Our supply is insufficient.
It's not having a good time here, are we?
Not enough energy. Can't build there.
We could use some help here.
Oh, so he has a third base.
Energy's too low. We don't
Well, now
have
I've got no
enough
idea what I'm
minerals.
doing, by the way, guys. Just
That'll
to
cost
be
more
completely
minerals
clear,
than
because
now.
I don't think I've ever played mech in my life. But now we are officially playing mech, it seems.
Additional supply.
My
Not enough
SCV
energy.
production has been terrible. I just keep getting supply blocked, and I never have SCVs being built. It's definitely not a
We'll need
a
more
way to
supplies.
succeed,
We
for
don't
sure.
have enough minerals. Energy's too.
And my economy is
Need
terrible.
More minerals for that.
Not gonna lie. And it's all because I'm not building SCVs properly. Just turtle and I win? Holy. Is it really that simple?
That's gonna require more gas.
The boy's already
We
got
need more energy. That'll
sensor
cost
towers
more
set up, you
minerals
know.
than we have.
I'm scared, man. This guy seems like a turtle pro.
Add-on complete.
I think I'm
Command
doomed.
center has been upgraded. Need more minerals for that.
Oh, I saw my barracks hotkeyed.
Mineral
Oops.
field depleted. We've completely mined out of minerals. Not enough energy. Can't build there.
Oh. He's actually got Marines. That's like cheating, no?
Our base is under attack.
No! He's not playing back! No! There's a disaster.
Nothing left in that mineral cluster. We completely mined out a mineral field. They're hitting our SCVs. That's low.
The fact he's not playing mech is terrifying because I really felt like that was the only reason I was playing mech. I'm not gonna lie. Now I have no idea what I'm doing at all. Oh
Upgrade
god.
complete. Not enough.
It's gonna be a disaster.
Command center has been upgraded. Our SCVs are under fire.
We could use some help here.
Energy's too low.
You guys think I might be about to die to a massive counterattack? I really do. Oh no, his army's here. Never mind.
We need more than.
No! No, siege the tanks! Oh my god, what are they doing? What are my tanks doing, bro? I'm gonna lose this game because I have not been good enough with the production at all.
That's gonna require more gas.
Can't hold them alone.
Oh, and my control is absolutely horrendous too. I mean, we could add that into the mix as a reason.
Add-on is up and running.
I think we just died.
Can't hold them alone.
Yeah, I don't have enough production at all. My economy's been terrible. It still is terrible. I've been rallying all my SCVs across the map for like 3 minutes. This is a very
Hitting our
bad game.
SCVs. That's
Yeah,
low.
we dead, for sure.
Can't build
I'm
there.
so confused.
Mineral field
Why he
depleted.
like I don't think he was actually playing Bio even. I think he was just
That's
making
gonna require more gas.
things that he thought was gonna I actually don't know.
They're hitting our SCVs. That's low. Our base is under attack. enough Vespene. Our SCVs
I
are
honestly
under
just
fire.
needed to make SCVs, and I think I would have been fine. Like, I actually just didn't make SCVs for the entire game. So bad. I just didn't make SCVs. It's the simplest rule of StarCraft, you make SCVs. Well, that's embarrassing. That is the level we are currently at, guys. That is Wardy StarCraft in 2025. This is why we don't play StarCraft anymore. Because it's straight up horrendous. When you play and you are terrible. Somehow we actually had good army value. Is that literally just because I lost the fight in the top? Honestly, I walked those. If I didn't walk the 3 tanks into his tanks, and then he attacked into me, those 3 tanks maybe made the difference. That would have been funny. Is any special occasion we're playing SC2? Yeah, to fill the gap between tournaments. Horrendous because you don't play because you're horrendous. Yeah, it's a vicious cycle. It's very hard to enjoy playing when you're bad. It's very hard to get better when you don't play. You know?
We don't have enough minerals.
This is why I cast, guys. This is why we cast. It's much more fun. It goes wrong a lot less often.
Our supply is insufficient. That'll cost more minerals than we have.
Yeah, guys, we're just playing ladder because we're waiting for the next tournament to start. In like 15 minutes. And sometimes it's fun to go live and be bad at StarCraft, I guess. People seem to enjoy it in the chat. For some reason. Alright, go back to the OG build. Just stick to what I know. Preferably, actually, have the correct SCV hotkeyed. Reactor first.
Need more minerals for that. Command center energy's too low. We need more Vespene. Add-on is up and running. We don't have enough minerals. That'll cost more minerals, not enough energy. Command center has been upgraded.
Let me Reaper hop out there, spoiled.
Add-on complete.
Just straight up 1-1-1 pushing.
We don't have enough minerals. Energy's too low.
Maybe double tank dropping actually.
They're hitting our SCVs.
No, he's moving out on the ground. Okay.
Additional supply depots required. That's going to require more gas. Not enough Vespine. Add-on complete. We need more Vespine. That's going to require more gas. Add-on is up and running. Nothing left in that mineral cluster.
It's not fun. I do not like this situation.
I need more minerals for that. We'll need more supply depots for that. That'll cost more minerals than...
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Additional supply depots required. Not enough energy. We don't have enough minerals. Need more minerals for that. Energy's too low. Our supply is insufficient. That'll cost not enough energy. Our supply is insufficient. Additional, we don't have enough minerals. We'll need more supply depots for that. Additional supply. We're done with the research. Our supply is insufficient.
I'm just supply block non-stop in this
Can't build
game.
there. Need more minerals for that.
Oh, see, that's why TVT is so annoying. It's so difficult to play. It's so scary. Alright, GG's. Jesus. Alright, hey guys. We're actually gonna go back to doing what I do better, which is, yeah. What was he trying to do the whole time? He's trying to contain. I think it's very easy to die to that push, no? It's very easy to die to that push because you're, you just sort of like get super caught up, and if he actually gets a good siege and you lose units, then it's not good for you, so yeah, there's a lot of reasons why it can be good. Alright guys, so we are going to be casting the not the WardiTV, I keep saying it, sorry, Monday Night Weeklies, which is an event put on by TKL, I believe, and the French guys, so we're going to be doing that. That's why we stayed live, that's where we're doing some ladder run to keep stuff going along. So, yeah, we're going to be jumping into that. I'll put the bracket for that in the chat. It doesn't... Okay, it's kind of live now already. And I will be on YouTube. I'm going to send you guys over. Have I made Group A for Wednesday? No, because we haven't had all the players until today, right? Because some of the players only qualified today through WardiTV Mondays. So, no. If the group was made, it would be on the Wikipedia. So yes, we're gonna, on YouTube, I'm gonna send you guys over to a different stream. I don't actually have a thing made for this, so give me a sec. Huh. It's really cool watching me play. I wish it was actually cool watching me play, like, I feel like watching me play is like a miserable experience. It feels so bad. It's so frustrating because, like, I know what's going on. I know things I need to do, and I just can't do them well enough for it to matter, you know? So... it's very frustrating. Alright guys, so... Oh, I messed up. Why is it not doing it? Bro. Alright, to go. Right. Alright, so yeah, we'll jump into this. And yeah, that's what. So on YouTube, I'm gonna send you guys over to like a new YouTube stream. The reason for that is it's better to split up the YouTube streams and keep you on the same one. So I'm just gonna send you guys over there in a moment. I just... Cool. Put the bracket link there. Next. Starting now. Perfect. So on YouTube, you guys are going to get switched over to a different stream page, basically. That's all. So that will happen. Let me just do the thing that I need to do for that, because I have to do an edit. Customization. Redirect you guys over to Monday Night Weekly. I'll save that, and I'll end the stream, so this should just switch over to the new stream on YouTube. Go live, and I forgot to edit the freaking